stats. I mean, just some HP.
Dire structures are fortified.
Radiant team pick.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Dragon Knight.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Ancient apparition.
Ten seconds remaining.
Knight, very, very popular in AA. Count of
5
DK
seconds
also being
remaining.
picked up
Yeah,
the nation.
the
Dire
great
team
thing
pick.
about picking DK first is you can still throw it in the off lane. Like, you have that option for Aster to have the off lane DK if IG comes in and picks something that's not favorable for the mid. So you've got a lot of flexibility with the opening from Aster. Of course, the DK is just very solid, gives you some great push timings with your level 6. Really hard to bully
10
out of
seconds
lane
remaining.
regardless. Like, it's just a very tanky hero to have. And the
5
AA kind of plays
seconds
to that nicely. You get the Dragon Tail initiation, follow up with the Ice Blast later on. It's an easy way to secure those kills. IG with their draft, Lich Phoenix is pretty stable. Like, you've got great laning presence with both of these heroes. They've got some decent contributions in team fights. Phoenix probably got more of the focus point when the egg drops, but Chain Frost does a lot of work as well. The big issue for IG is that you don't really have flexibility with it, right? Like, this is more than likely going to be your support duo, unless you're in the core Phoenix, which we really don't see too often. So there are ways for Aster to kind of draft around that. Like, Lich Phoenix doesn't do anything up against slippery heroes. So something like the Void Spirit, the Ember Spirit, or even the Storm Spirit could really enjoy going up against these heroes because you can't stop them from dipping into the backline.
10
No, you
seconds
definitely can't.
remaining.
Something we don't see very often
5
anymore,
seconds
this
remaining.
kind of drafting style where both supports are just picked up the first phase. It's not very popular to do that. It is all about flexible pickups. Like you said, Aster should be able to capitalize on this quite nicely. IG, it is going to be very difficult. Like, you don't really have much lockdown. Because we could see stuff like Void coming out with the Phoenix and Lich. One of those puzzles that really work with these heroes, and they consider that the big amount of lockdown they want. But the problem is you're kind of stuck on a very high cooldown ability for that lockdown. At time that's off,
Radiant team
it's on
pick.
cooldown, and you just can't do anything. We'll see
Yeah.
how they go with it, though. Aster, they do ban out the PL. They are going to their third pick now. We may see another support from them, as they have seen both supports from IG already. Or we may just see another core pickup, and they may just hold on to that pause 4 pick on Aster.
10 seconds remaining.
Mind too much. I think you have a lot to work with when you have that
5
AA on hand. It's just you could either just still focus on individual control because the AA contributes, even an Ice Blast in one hero is enough to turn stuff around for you, or they could play into a stronger team fight. We've seen a lot of Disruptor. I think that goes along with the Ancient Apparition. Conversely, if you're looking at a core pickup, August Siren worked really well just because of the fact that she can kind of net people down for you. So that's a solution as well. Faster, you don't have the best ways of dealing with that from IG. They go with a snap first. So you do have your 2 supports now from Aster. Is pretty darn strong. We see it often enough, but it's usually in conjunction with something that gives you great lockdown. So you look at clockwork supports with that, or clockwork cores, you look at the Mars.
10
You're not going to have
seconds
that for Aster this time around, so kisses aren't going to be as effective. But
5 seconds.
if they do draft something along the line to give them some modicum of control, then you have some great potency there with the AA and Snap. Just getting both of those out in one hero, they're probably not going to survive.
I don't think Aster really picked it up for the ult anyway. Like, you got the Snapfire now up against Phoenix, just burst that little shredder. You just hits Phoenix 6 hits level 1. Later on, things get a bit complicated, but you can at least get 6 hits straight off the bat if you do it Snapfire around. Soon you won't have one of the skills by the time it comes out.
Ember Spirit.
And she, of course, going into the Ember now, which is it's a pretty potent pick. It's the way to jump the backline, get rid of this Snapfire Ancient Apparition. It does all the work well up against the DK, and John, of course, it's a natural spirit versus carry.
Yeah, it fits quite nicely into, well, against what Aster has. They don't have the best of lockdowns
seconds
for
remaining.
a slippery hero like this. You're looking at Dragon Tail really to keep
5
Ember
seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit in place first. Cookie can work, but it's not the most reliable, and Ember Spirit is a bit too slippery, so Aster might have to consider a fast Blink or a fast Shadow Blade on the DK to get the initiation on the Ember, if it becomes an issue. But it's a solid pick for IG. I think it gives you a lot in this kind of lineup. Magic damage IG has on hand now, it's looking pretty darn good. The Lich is great, this Phoenix is great, and of course Ember plays into that nicely. Aster does kind of correct that lack of control, like the Beastmaster coming out. Great single target control for the Ember Spirit, and much more reliable. You don't need to wait for those big
10
items
seconds remaining.
from the DK. You can just wait for the level 6 and Beast, smoke up,
5
and
seconds
catch that
remaining.
Ember out by surprise. The Hawks do give you really superior vision as well to track where the Ember Spirit's kind of putting his remnants down, so you do have ways of keeping that hero in check now.
Yeah, definitely so. I really like where Aster's gone with this craft. So much lockdown, so much team fights, so much push potential off so far from Aster. Whereas that with IG, you don't really see ultra up yet. It's just a bit all over the place. They definitely have the counters towards the DK. We can all agree on that, but it's not what to focus on here up against Aster.
Nah. And on the bright side, though, Aster picking up the Beastmaster does tell us it will be a mid DK. So you will have that Ember Spirit DK matchup, and that just means the DK is not going to be as happy. Of course, he's not going to be completely shut out. We've seen this kind of mid matchup before. You don't tend to kill the DK anyway. So up to level 5, DK is probably just going to be... He's going to hurt for a while, but if you have a Soul Ring and 2 levels in your armor, becomes a harder issue to burn him off. IG with the Terrorblade is looking to really play around a bit of a tempo, right? So the Metamorphosis comes into play. That's a big timer for IG to kind of run around. We have seen them play the Terrorblade a couple of times, and it becomes a massive issue when you don't find anything with that Metamorphosis usage. So IG falls back to this so many times. The success of it has been really middling. I'm hoping that they do play around those sharp timings this time around.
My idea now, and it just continues to surprise me if they pick up this Terrorblade. I'll be honest, John. It's just maybe with the Ember, like this round, they aren't locked in with the DP Terrorblade, so there's not as much, kind of strategizing around those long cooldowns, but you still got one pick on Aster, which should be able to deal with this Terrorblade pickup. Can be a bit complicated though, because if you are going to run the DK mid, then you can't pick something with a high amount of magic damage in the safe level.
Dire team pick.
I wonder. IG seem to think there is a potential for a void. I would have to agree. Because it would be one of those pause ones that could have actually gone for something like a Maelstrom and magic damage output for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, not just that, but you have the AA snap.
10
It's a
seconds
solid
remaining.
combo to have. Chronosphere for the rest of your team fight would have been great.
5
It is a long timer though, but
Radiant team.
with this kind of draft from Aster, so I don't blame him for the ban out. IG close out with a Legion Commander. So you really don't have the synergy here, right? Like, there's nothing that spells fantastic team fight. You do have great single target potential. The LC should be finding some pretty decent dual targets with the AA and Snap. It can be really easy to kind of clean that up. You
10
don't need
seconds
to worry
remaining.
about any Oracle from mitigating your dual effectiveness, or a Tusk even,
5
right? You're going to be
seconds
able to
remaining.
get that full dual duration and hopefully snowball very early from those wins. But the draft from IG just doesn't feel solid to me. It has no intrinsic synergy with each other. Like, none of these things play around with each other quite well. Even the Legion Commander doesn't really have much to really clear out with overwhelming odds. I guess the Beastmaster hates that if his minions are kind of lined up in the creep wave. So that's one way to get the deep push out. It's not the most amazing deep push out there. Like, we tend to see the LC more into like Phantom Laughter because there are a lot of illusions there. It really amps up the damage. Not so much.
Let's go to the Morphling. That's one of those puzzles I forgot about, but he kind of ticks the box. He can morph into the Terrorblade, take meta. He has magic output with Ethereal Blade and Dash Strike. Plenty of options for him to morph into, apart from that Terrorblade as well. This is really, really nice from Aster. And, well, overall, they haven't got a way to deal with it.
No.
They really don't. You've still got the Spirit Vessel Carrier and the Aim Spirit. So Emo will really be the only sort of hard counter, or sort of hard. It's more of a soft counter to the Morphling. This is a bit concerning for IG. If they don't have an amazing start on Firefly's Terrorblade, or if JT doesn't take off on the LC, I don't know. I don't know how the game. If SCC can farm this Morphling, it's gonna be.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think CC's farm timings aren't as important. What IG has to watch out for are the 4 other heroes, particularly Chuan. If the DK gets an early start, I'd say that's much scarier because the Morphling will always take time, right? He's going to take 15 to 20 minutes for E-Blade to be up, and even then you're going to be waiting for maybe the Mantis out first to buff up your stats a bit before you jump in, or even BKB perhaps if that's going to be an issue for you. So SCC is always going to be late, but the rest of Aster's lineup really just comes online on Switch. They can play aggressively on these big single target heroes. They can force team fights well with the A and Snap. IG has to play around their Ember Spirit and the Metamorphosis of their TB quite well. Like, key time with those 2 heroes, have them hit their timings quite fast, especially the Ember. You want this guy to set the tempo for you. You want him to be able to face up against what Aster has, and it's really going to be key for Emo to have a good lane.
Emo generally does with his lane most of the time. So, shouldn't be too bad for him. Seems to be very passive in anyway. He's going to be up against the DK being played fun.
He's actually up against SCCC. Like, SCCC has the tango, so it's going to be the mid-morph up against the Ember Spirit. That can be a bit dicey for the Morph. Like, you know, it's not the highest HP. You can juggle around with Reach Shift. So there are some ways for Emo to overtake that lane, and SCCC, I'd say, has to play a bit cautious, especially in the first 3 levels. You're not that strong morph before level 3. By level 3, you have a lot more flexibility.
I like this switch though. Like, if you really want to give Emo a hard time, you give him Morphling. Allows Chuan to have a bit of an easy lane and safe lane as well. You don't necessarily want to be up against that a big Ember Spirit. It's not like JT's going to be able to apply that much pressure on the LC against the high armor of the DK.
Begins.
So I do really like when Aster's brought out here with this laning stage already. Like, you look at that top lane as well, XXS, he's going to be on that Beast Marker, applying a hell of a lot of pressure on Terrorblade, and I just don't see as much pressure to be applied on Chuan. Like,
depending on how often Kaka lands the fire spirits. That's one way to really chew through the DK, I think, in this double lane. And JT will have a lot of regen earlier because of press the attack. So Sean will have to kind of play it safe. By the time he hits level 3, of course, it becomes very tricky to deal with the Dragon Blood, but level 1 is when he's weakest.
Both supports are currently in the mid lane. Ollie does find a snipe on SCCC's courier. That's actually giving Emo a bit of an advantage. Waits for the next also. Great little play coming out from the ledge. And Ollie will just... Is he actually going to stick around here? So both supports are actually going to use the other core. So essentially the...
Regeneration.
Our cavorting days are more than that.
Give your life. Rune of double damage.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I may. Never refuse gold given. I am cross free.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
No more
Dire's
words,
top
not
tower is
playtime.
under attack.
Sudden
Not
death.
so thin.
cancelled off. Now for a smoke, so they really want to try and go with this roll.
Cold embrace.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
To the black.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The line takes its
Great teamwork, ambitious sons. Double kill.
Don't deluge yourself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Dire's courier has been killed.
other realm. Never refuse good given.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Better not fall off.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Serial killer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Starting to face
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. bottom
side.
tower.
Radiant team ban.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, that's ouch. Yeah. Yeah.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, it's
Dire team pick.
sure, right? Like that's not something any of us should tolerate. We've seen such reactions before from Southeast Asia and from CIS. If you remember those situations when it happened, it's a strong response. I think the one thing to be sad about, and you think about the history behind Newbie as an org, it's just so sad.
Radiant team pick.
What has happened since their heydays, right? Like the times certainly have changed. Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Nah.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Nah.
What's it with?
Yeah, it's a completely selfless kind of hero to throw out, even on the safe lane. Like the moment Chuan hit 6, he was all over the map. It really didn't matter. There were some key timing mistakes from IG, especially with, so they were limited in moments when they could fight, and that
10
played a
seconds
big effect. Like after Aster lost the fight, they because they know Metamorphosis wouldn't be up. So that's something IG has to consider in their draft. They do start a bit stronger now. Like you see the Rubik's Centaur coming out from them. That's a very safe opening we see a lot of teams go into. You've got a solid laning combination if you go for that. You've got a lot of utility from the Rubik, a lot of spells to steal now as well with Grimstreak and Panga, although you don't have ways to keep the Pangolier still when he does get the Rolling Thunder off. But with a Centaur, you can kind of run away from it. So it's a stronger opening from IG. They're not constrained to the supports as well. That's something that they let out very early on in their draft, which really did hurt. It's a much better start for them right now.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they've got to kind of find a way to maximize that Pangolier now. It is going to be tough. Like the Bane, as you mentioned, is a great pickup for that. I think the Grimstroke Pango pickups though are still fairly potent, and it should still get a lot of work done. Although, yeah, you're just not seeing that big effect there. And I didn't notice, but there was a lot of chat from Aster regarding connection a while ago, so that would explain that pause. Although it's Kaka who actually connects anyway.
Radiant team pick.
Oh. Okay. That looks to be a support Abaddon. I think we've seen that like once or twice now, haven't we? Like, I think we saw it like a couple of days ago, if it is that support Abaddon. So there is potency there. It still does kind of give you presence, and the sustain is still great. It's just you don't have the free reset anymore. If it's the support Pangolier, that's something Aster could look into as well. With the Abaddon on Coral, either way, there is flexibility there for Aster, and that's certainly something they can make work quite well. Doesn't quite synergize with the draft though. Like there's no direct synergy here. I guess the key thing is to have the Abaddon purge whatever the Bane wants to do. So you're gonna have the shield to take off all the control the Bane brings, and this does give the Pangolier a lot more leeway to maximize his Rolling Thunder.
Dire team pick.
It's a warrior.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a great pickup in that sense. The timings are much earlier. I do worry about the kite ability of the hero. Granted, there's only really the Grimstroke right now to keep him on control, but the Pangolier can kind of dance around him as well. The Abaddon's probably your easiest bet, and you will manage to pump out a lot of stacks on him, even if he does pop his ult. So that's a great way of dealing with that. Here, I just worry about the rest of Aster's pickups. What?
10 seconds remaining.
It's super slow, and as long as they don't constrain themselves to any other timer here, you're gonna be fine as Aster. Like, if we don't see a last pick DP, then I'd feel a little more confident in that Terrorblade. As you mentioned, it's pretty darn good against Ursa. You do have to worry somewhat for the damage coming out, especially the laning phase. The Bane's damage is going to be really strong against your HP pool, which is basically not there for a hero like this. So the Bane can punish that. Even the Centaur can kind of punish that double edge. Those are a couple of things for the TB to watch out for. You have to maximize that metamorphosis. Beyond that, I think once you ride through a bit of the earlier phase of the game, like perhaps the first 15 to 20 minutes are going to be not the best for the Terrorblade. Beyond that point, he can start to pick up as long as his farm is stable and up there. That's when you can really start to shine into Terrorblade, which is a lot of time. Like, the Ursa's going to be ready before then. So IG has a very wide window to play around their lineup. They've got to maximize their team fight potential, maximize that single target lockdown they have with the Bane, and the burst damage to the Ursa to really take over and force Aster into game 3 if they want to.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Not with the Terrorblade. No, I think it's basically 0% for us every time we've seen Terrorblade and DP together. It's basically been 0% because of it's just the timing. Like that, it reminds me of like a really old meta, but they bring out the Invoker. So it is a bit of a treat. We get to see the Invoker down mid, just to show Emo how to hear her work, I suppose. That's really brave of Aster, because we all know Emo's a fantastic Invoker, so they do pick up for themselves here. What IG give for their mid? A lot of ways to
10
counteract that, and of
seconds
course I'm sure Emo understands how far he can push the Invoker, so he knows its holes as well, and shouldn't have too much of an issue landing up against it. But I like this from Aster, because it plays into what the other 4 heroes want to do. They can buy time for the Terrorblade. The response from IG with the OD though, that's solid. It's not the easiest time for the Invoker to lane against. It's a really good response to the Terrorblade, and IG definitely looking a bit better here with their Game 2 draft. Oh wow, that is such an ancient rare set, dang. Ooh. It's a classic. It's a classic thing taken out from the store for breaching visual guidelines, and well, there are certainly much more visually distracting sets now, so it's actually tame. Compare that to everyone else with all the particle effects. That Ursa's not so bad. Yeah, it broke the, well, not silhouette, it broke the teaming of the hero, if I recall right. That's when Valve was a lot stricter. Yeah, when they were a lot stricter with cosmetics. It was one of the first cosmetic sets. And if I recall right, the Alpine Ursa set was taken out. After a while, that's what... Hey, don't tell me, you know, that was the decision Valve made a long time ago. And funny enough, right, like, this is really mild in comparison to what you see on right now. Like, Ursa with a cowboy hat is nothing in comparison to what you see nowadays.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, it is going to be Baboka on the support Abaddon, as we have seen a couple of times. So XXS is in the core Pango. The Abaddon can still work, and I have to say this fire is really distracting. It doesn't even emanate. The particle effects don't properly emanate from his body, so it's just kind of there. I actually have no clue I've ever seen a burning Abaddon. I think that might be one of those rare from like the TI Battle Pass stuff. I don't know. You tend to see some of those weird particle effects, and it's always like player from these Chinese teams. They tend to always have those rare drops.
The battle.
Oh, Baboka gonna try to check for a Obs Ward again. And there's a couple of, but doesn't really get the hit off, and doesn't have the sentry to get that early D ward time around. Yeah. There is certainly a limit to what you can expect from Sport Abaddon. Like, the sustain and the bridge is going to be great. The added durability for SCCC is going to be great. It's just, it boils down to the Terrorblade having to play around meta. So that's a 40-second duration level 1. There's a lot of downtime that JT and Taka can abuse. They've got the simple lift stun combination once you hit level as well.
What can I do in return?
Should have been you. My claws are red with the gore of first blood.
It's gonna give him so much more on this Ursa. Definitely the hero we want to get kick-started early. And Fly is that really strong start. We have seen Ursa really set the pace of the game.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Demised.
It's really one of the ways you can work that out. I think as the game scales, there is that worry for Chuan, as you mentioned, but there's one very big thing they can get done. Alacrity on SCCC. I think that's really your best bet for presence. Just beefing up your Terrorblade, having him hit like a truck under Metamorphosis, just to maximize that damage output. It can be quite potent. The issue is, of course, the time,
Dire's structures are
not much time in Metamorphosis, so how much that will swing the game, we'll find out as it goes on. Yeah, all things considered, like his farm is actually not too bad. SDCC is still at top of last hits, so despite the pressure you're receiving from JT, Boca has been doing a fantastic job keeping that Terrorblade in lane. Yeah, and Pavoka is the kind of player who does kind of not prioritize the farm anyway, so it's working that quite well. I think SCC's press is definitely going to hurt. Like, he is finding even more farm than Fly, so that's really not what you want to see for the Terrorblade. Playing against it.
That should help. Such a bump.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's a tricky little game. It's not quite easy to win out, although Top lane is really just a struggle for IGJT now, under so much pressure. I mean, it's a game of trade for IG, right? Like, they're sacrificing their top lane, but they're giving their Ursa as free of as they could hope for. Now, the farm situation we talked about, Ursa does benefit from this earlier farm much more. Like, even if the trade, say, finds an early Yasha, he's not going to be ready to fight. An Ursa with an early Mask, an early Blink, or a fast Dash is certainly much more terrifying at the 15-minute mark. No.
Invoker, your ego is as big as the crater I leave.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's really IG though. They are slowing down the Invoker, they're finding the kills on the side lanes, they're forcing out the port rotations which open up the map for them. And it does feel like IG has taken control of the driver's seat right now. They are the ones forcing the response from Aster. They're the one forcing out the kills, and Aster is forced to play response. When Chuan gets his boots and run up, you might see that change just a bit for the mid lane. Before then, you know, Chuan has to be protected like this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Yeah?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, this does buy some space for Baboka to keep soaking that lane, and they did TP and fade for that. So you're leaving your bot lane vulnerable. There could be potential mid lane rotations from IG to punish that lack of a TP. I mean, even if Baboka has a TP on himself, it's an Abaddon. Like, he dropped shield, and that could be... He doesn't do too much in actually saving Chuan. He's so vulnerable. UNT for IG, although they're just be perfectly fine farming up. Like, Fly has a free lane. XXS basically can't do anything at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
pressure on that C1 mid tower. And he smoke up. They see that mid pressure, try to be applied, and it looked like a free kill onto the terrible.
Yeah, they got level 6 under Bane as well, so all it does have grip. It should be a straightforward kill if they really decide to, and they do wrap around.
Smoke's broken in Triple C. You can't do anything about it anyway. There is absolutely nowhere to run.
Radiant's middle tower
He
is
kind
under
of just
attack.
farms it and hopes he's down. IG finding a super important pick with
Dire's bottom
that now they can definitely just try and secure that top tower and find even more kills made. He stuck around. And Swell not going to be able to pop off and he says, oh, the Rolling Thunder, he won't be able to get away, but that does still mean they can steal one now. So that's what they got Kane for, plus and support.
Yeah, that's certainly giving a lot more towards IG. Have managed to basically get everything they want on the map. They've taken control of the pace of game. They have really kept SCCC in check this game compared to game 1. The Morphling had a pretty free run last time. This time SCCC is facing constant pressure in the jungle. There are some nice aggressive wards from IG to allow this as well, especially in that bot area. So SCCC has to be extremely careful there while he farms in this area, and IG are just set to really start to build up. Like Fly's timing and Battle Fury is going to be really good. Like he's just about 700 gold away from finishing it up. So his farm suddenly flies up and really accelerates, which, considering that he's ahead already, does mean it's just going to get considerably worse for Aster, and they need to start kind of plugging in the holes in this draft.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very hard when you're
tower
in this position. Not much you can do about it. Triple C, he's just going to focus on splitting the lanes, and he does get the bottom tier 1 tower. Terrorblade may not have as much time as it would have hoped. Run into Fly now with the cold snap earn, but that's really not going to do anything. Fly just perfectly fine to walk away and Chuan him. It's not really worth the rotation.
Nah, he's down. He's out of earn charges as well. They haven't found the most kills on Aster's side, so he's not going to have that for the next engagement. No charge to keep that cold snap up and running consistently, and that could hurt them if they are trying to look for kills.
Boca gonna break a smoke from IG, and
Radiant's
they don't even
middle
find
tower is
him.
under attack.
A little bit of good news for Aster. It really doesn't stem the bleeding that much. Like, that Battle Fury on the way for Fly now. His farm's just going to escalate even more, and it's going to have a little mini power spike on the Ursa if he already hasn't had one.
Yeah,
One thing is, he could have probably gone for another build, and they could have just tried to run over the side of Aster, because they do have this Terrorblade that does require so much. But I guess it still does work as well.
I am still kind of worried about it. Like, this does mean they're not going to be... There is going to be a moment where, say, you see one item from SCCC come out beyond the Manta, and because of the Battle Fury, you're kind of delayed on Fly. Like, yeah, he's going to be farming up. You still see a little bit more farm at SCCC anyway. If you did get a Basher and just kind of force it in, like, there's no way Fly doesn't find a kill every single time, although.
Should be an easy pick up here for Tron and Boboka. No, he's not. Have plenty of stick charges and just kind of walks away with them. IG just all over the map, just continuing to keep Aster on their side. They really want that mid tier 1 now, because that does just completely open up the essentially 2/3 of the map for IG.
Tower is under attack.
They do have a siege crit, but they want to go for some kills first. Stampede available on Fade. Fade gets Astral back, confirms his death. They do drain the mana of AT, but I don't think that's gonna really do enough to defend his tier 1 tower. The tank that's out here to retaliate.
Yeah, it's
To get Manta, but I just don't think he can defend this.
no, it's not the best setup for the Terrorblade. Again, it takes a lot of cooking on the hero to get him up and running, and IG understand that. They've got a 5k lead, they've got really good vision. This ward behind the tier 1 definitely helped them to secure those kills, and it's just such a cleaner game from IG in terms of their execution. They're certainly finding a lot more on Boboka.
Fine. I think IG are too concerned all about finding that Abaddon kill. They just really just want to keep this farm up and fly. Got another item coming in.
Oh.
It's going to be a Mithril Hammer, but Boka going to have his borrowed time pop. Aster is right behind him. Lion does think something is awry, so just bad setup. We'll take the outpost, but we still want to try for this kill the Fly. Fly sticking around, very confident in this huge tower, but now Tornado is going to fly out. We'll see the loop around, they got the silence on. Rolling Thunder does not connect, and now the Stampede. Now the hero G. Or maybe not. Soulbind, JT will die. That stuff. We'll try and force in this bottom tier juice on. Would have been great to get found early. That Stampede was just time. And XXS did not connect with the rolling. Had he done so, that would have been guaranteed to kill.
Yeah, it's pretty lucky for IG that none of those big spells did connect, and Aster can't really find the objectives, so they have to pull back, just split up the farm. You have SCC up on top lane, farming up once more. It isn't the safest spot. They do have they don't really have TP points, they don't even have their own outpost, so this is a risky area for SCCC. There's a nice forward ward from IG as well, so gotta watch out if he does dip in that lane.
Let's see how Rogue concept now coming up. Again, as just don't have any options. Yeah, I'm gonna split the whole lane up, but IG more than happy with his strike. He almost got the steal on the Roshan. Kind of close. I wasn't able to quite finish off that bottom tier 2 to make matters worse for Aster now, so IG gonna be there to just clear out the 3 waves. Everything's going very smoothly. Well, you might be a little bit concerned here if you know that SCC is still really bumping and is top of the net worth pool. That may be a source of concern right now for IG, but it really doesn't seem as though it is. Like, they seem very confident with Firefly's Earth.
Yeah, he's been keeping up in farm really well. It's not quite there with the Terrorblade farm, but he has been a bit more active. So you're still not finding solutions there.
They caught out bot lane, trying to put the wave out again. Kind of important he does, that's the thing, right? Like, he dies, but if he doesn't push out the wave, then you can't really give any space to your calls, so he kind of has to die for it.
Yeah.
But now in the mid lane, they found an illusion of the Terrorblade.
Yeah, but now you see IG is just playing super confidently, much more far forward. You definitely need someone from Aster to kind of cop the gank there, you know?
That's all. I mean, easy not to only. It's not really what you want though. If you ask, you need more. An Emo would be a great target. Ice Park, he plays the Ice Wall. They will not chase him down. They're gonna put their faith into SCCC and hope he can make the comeback for the team. I think with SCCC right now, John, he is going to be KB. Concerns me a little bit against an OD.
Yeah, it's
You kind of need that.
it does does leave him super vulnerable, but you have to remember that there are pieces of control that pierces that BKB, so I can understand that. It's not like he wants to fight right now anyway. It's like, you get the BKB, sure, but you're not going to be joining these early fights, and if you get caught out and pop the BKB, that's not going to help you. So I can understand why you'd skip it until you're closer to fighting form. You're really not just yet in Terrorblade. And you look at IG, Fly actually does have the BKB. He's been playing much more forward, and Aster doesn't quite have anything to pierce through that BKB. So it's a lot more valuable for Fly. It should allow him to just stand in front, right-click off, ignore all the spells that the Invoker throws out, and just basically take control in these fights.
Speaking of interesting duels, John, Bloodstone on Emo. He's about to finish it. That's what I haven't seen on an OD in a very long time. In a long time. It's kind of shivers from that. No ads, no BKB on the OD. I mean, the BKB I can understand. He made me feel like it's a Terrorblade. He doesn't need the BKB so much. The axe is very popular on OD though.
Maybe he really just wants to prioritize his mana pool and the cost reduction. Like, yeah, it's like that's basically the way OD kind of works with calculating his sanities now. It's from that mana charge. So I guess that's really what they're looking for, maximizing the damage output from that in that way.
Think it's worth it?
There are other items that give you a little bit more, and oh wow, face just 3 hits.
The point you can do is that group stroke is a shame that it's going to take a very, very easy kill for himself. IG will continue to just play the low game.
You've got
that back for very
Chuan.
Top lane, Chuan. Has this wall. Blocking, but they have sent, they have dust. Ice will be placed as well, and he's gonna TP RNG. Not quite.
Oh, that was
that the Fiend group, if they really wanted though, like they could have dragged it up for Emo to come in.
Yeah, I think it would have been worthwhile. Like just finding that kill onto Chuan once more would have slowed down the pace of the Invoker. It's not like he's worth much money though. Like he's so severely behind. He's at 6.6k, matching XXS, which is not a good spot for the Invoker. Even if he has tools to kind of get started, he's level 12. Way too far behind in terms of EXP.
It's fine.
Radiant's bottom
Right
tower.
down to that T2, finding targets, or trying to pick a quick tower. That's all Aster's trying to do right now, is just be sneaky or just still gold off the map. IG definitely willing to fight. 10k in it, they've got all the boxes up. And Triple C pops the meta as he sees the platform. Talking 500 Torben, he's still running forward, and then he goes to Terrorblade. And now it's going to be a clean-up show by IG. 3-for-1 trade. The only person to go down was Kaka on the Ruby, and that was the SCCC. Kind of what I was talking about. Like, the no BKB on the Terrorblade, JT's going to have time of his life.
Yeah, definitely. It's... Look, even with the BKB, I don't think the Terrorblade can fight anyway. That's the key point here for Aster. Like, they just can't do anything with that lineup. You might as well get something that gives him a little bit more damage if he can play greedy, but the BKB is just not going to save him. And it's down to this lineup. Aster has fallen way too far behind with all of these heroes. Chuan's presence has been non-existent, basically, on this Invoker. Like, he goes around, he drops charges, gets the cold snap, and nothing happens. They need to find a way to find easy pickoffs. Their lineup doesn't really allow that. Like, they've got an Abaddon and a Grimstroke and a Pangolier. There's nothing squishy enough for them to burst down. Maybe if they wanted to hunt Ollie and Kaka, but they're not worth too much gold. You want some of the cores, except Stanky? JT Stanky, a little try.
In range, just run away. Aster. They're gonna run into him. He's not gonna be the easiest target to try and go for. In fact, it looked like he got spotted underneath the entry ward one. So they're just gonna try and bait them in now. Emo just pretending he doesn't know what's going on, and JT jumps double stun. That is your Invoker gone. Parker rushes forward, XXS will roll the thunder, but there is gonna be the soul line. They catch both of them in the feed strip. XXS is still running away. He swashbuckles up the cliff, but they have vision. They have the high ground vision.
Triple homicide.
Oh man.
Emo triple. This is getting from bad to worse for Aster. Just, I don't see how they come back now. It's looking so bad.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They need to get a perfect fight somehow, and they don't have the best synergy. I'm surprised that Kaka managed to steal the soul mine. That's a major loss for Aster. It's much more effective on Kaka against Aster than it is for Aster offensively, so they're probably still gonna have that tool available if Kaka wanted to hold on and not try to spell steal. They lose their last outer tower as well. Aster's defense is really down to this. The Invoker spamming spells out and SCCC kind of spamming reflection out. That's it in terms of defense. They can make that work, but you're not in a position with SCCC to really fight yet. He's saving up for his BKB now, so with a BKB, with a Scotty and a Manta, perhaps you can stand and fight. The prospects don't seem that great though. Like, you will stop a lot of the damage coming out from Emo,
has been killed.
and you will be able to stand there and kind of try to focus the Ursa, but it just feels like IG has way too much to play with. If you look at Emo right now,
Baboka got caught out by Kaka trying to TP and he's gonna die. Now a Roshan gonna be opened up to the side of IG once again.
yeah, no contestation. Aster just can't fight back. They could scout strike from Chuan. Not like that will help them really do anything there. You have the BKB coming out on SCCC. So again, he's going to have that tool for the high ground defense at the very least, but 2 lives on Emo, cheese on Fly. Going to be hard pressed to turn this fight in your favor.
Fly. For its he has that abyssal up. Could be a big team fight behind him. The outside of moving and JT gets a huge stomp off on Triple C. Now the Saturdays, Triple C couldn't do anything. He just got perma-stuck. With a nice rock thunder, but then the fly getting paid in the dig being called. I have to agree with that call, John. There is nothing you could have done.
Radiant's
Nah,
great.
really well played from IG after a very shaky game 1. They look so much more dominant here in game 2, and Aster are forced into game 3. Perhaps heavily reconsider that draft. I don't think the Terrorblade paid off at all, and Juwan's Invoker
Radiant team ban.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
All right, ladies and
10
gentlemen,
seconds
welcome back.
remaining.
We are here for our Game 3 draft between Team Aster and
5
Invictus
seconds
Gaming.
remaining.
It is an RP Dota and Donix Fire. John, we're into a game number 3, which it feels like I haven't said in a while now. A lot of series going 2-0 over the past couple of days. You feeling
Dire
excited?
team ban.
Oh yeah, definitely are. It's been a while since we've reached this point, and it was a really strong turnaround from IG in game number 2. It definitely felt like something shook them up, something woke them up, and they brought their A game. So looking forward to see them continue that pace. Aster, hopefully enough, also get shaken up. It was really a stark difference there in game number 2 compared to how they were in game 1. So looking to see them bring back some of that energy we saw in game 1, some of that same drafting style and aggression. Perhaps see a bit of a drift away from the Terrorblade from both sides. That's going to be key. If both sides don't pick the Terrorblade, I think we'd have a much more
10 seconds
even game
remaining.
on our hands.
Hopefully.
5 seconds remaining.
It's the one thing, John, that I get a little bit concerned about both these teams. The one common denominator in both losses throughout the series is the Terrorblade team, and so they will go back to the Pangolier. So I don't think it was XXS's fault that they lost that matchup. I think the draft in general just wasn't to the caliber it needed to be up against what IG was running. And IG, hopefully, John, have come to the conclusion that they probably should be running
10
some
seconds
very
remaining.
early game oriented sort of lineups and not these later
5 seconds
stage
remaining.
high cooldown drafts that we've been seeing coming out for a while now.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, it's hopefully they've had a lot more success. I like the opening counter, Grimstroke for the Pangolier, of course. You saw issues with XXS getting off the Rolling Thunder. He's gonna have those same issues here. Soulbind is super effective in keeping the Pangolier in place, so IG should have the tools needed to at least prevent that from coming out from
10
Aster.
seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Ember Spirit.
IG for the Ember, pretty standard combo. IG got a very, very strong opening for themselves. Not only countering that Pango, but having the Grimstroke Ember combination. Very, very nice indeed. They're probably just going to go for a support pick now for their second pick, but I wonder what they will go down. You've got that much available if that's what you want. For Oracle available. Let them go for.
Yeah, I think that's a lot more solid for the Pangolier. Like, you have a lot more saving graces here for Aster's side. You have some ways of keeping the Ember Spirit in place a bit better with that strong root.
Dire team
You have
ban.
ways of having great presence with the raw damage the Oracle can provide. So it does give a lot more for Aster to play with. This also opens up certain core pickups. Say the Troll is definitely an option for Aster if they want to fall back to that, and we haven't seen as much of it as of late, but it's still a strong here to have if you wanted it, and the Oracle certainly enables it
seconds remaining.
to stand in front and just fight freely.
5 seconds remaining.
Beastmaster ban from Aster. Fairly standard stuff. You don't really want the Beastmaster to go along with the Grimstroke. So it wouldn't go along well for Aster if they did go like down the troll route with this Oracle that we do tend to see a lot. In fact, I wonder if they do go ahead and just pick up a troll
Dire
for
team
SCCC
pick.
this game. See the Morphling getting banned again. Yeah, they respect the Morphling here against the other side of Aster, which is fair enough, because SCCC was huge on that first game Morphling. IG now.
10 seconds remaining.
Haven't revealed too much yet.
5 seconds remaining.
We do see a bit more in this third pick. More than likely the POS 4 pickup, unless they're going to run the POS 4 Ember. The scene coming out.
It's a possibility, but I don't think you'd want to do that with a Grimstroke. It just feels like you want to get a little bit more from your Ember here. It's fairly safe, right? Like, you don't need to worry about getting your Ember Spirit shafted here. The Oracle may be nice, but it's not the most consistent lockdown in the world. Up against the Ember, the Pangolier is not the biggest issue as well. So I think you do still have that leeway to just have the Ember core in this case for IG. Nothing really too pertinent to swap it out around for just yet.
A lot of reserve time, just trying to make
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
to the Rubik, and you know, you can't blame him for that, right? Like, there's already so much to steal here. Rolling Thunder was already
Team pick.
enough, but they've got an Oracle with False Promise.
oh,
And Aster, surprisingly enough, going to the Shaman.
ooh, I like it. It's a great piece of control for the Ember Spirit. So you've got that Hex, you've got the Shackles to follow up with. That is one very effective way of keeping that hero in place. And of course, it is going to be a core Ember simply because you've already picked up the Rubik. So that's something
10
to
seconds
keep in
remaining.
mind now for IG. With the Shadow Shaman, of course, Aster does have
5 seconds
some really strong push potential coming out. As long as you hit that level 6 mark on the Shadow Shaman, he's going to be able to drop the wards, pull back, get a safe shove in for your team, and Aster can still kind of build around that. It is going to be tougher because you don't have the Beastmaster. That would have been the safer bet, but Aster banned that out themselves. They could look into something like the Pugna coming into play if they want to build off the Shaman pickup. We have seen Pugna into Ember a couple of times, and it can be a bit tough in the laning phase, especially if the Ember decides to just kind of play aggressively. But if you do focus on the decrep, then Ember just can't come up to last hit. So that's something you can play around with for Aster as your mid. I think the push potential is really what you want to build up off.
YG going to the PO now. I do like what I'm seeing. You really don't have any real way of dealing with the PL apart from maybe the Pangolier, but it's not great. Master. I don't really know what you do here. Like, IG just seemed to be quite ahead in terms of draft.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better with that Phantom
5
Lancer.
seconds remaining.
You'll need a way to counteract that. There are a couple of core pickups there. You could maybe opt for the Medusa. That can be a really big toss-up, though. Like, early on, a Phantom Lancer is going to melt right through your mana. You're not going to be able to play around that. At some point, you can kind of stand and fight, but it is kind of a 50-50 depending on the timings. The Naga Siren would have been safer, but IG did ban that out themselves, so you don't have that option now, and Aster responds with a left crack, so that is one of the more common responses we see. It does play in nicely with a Shadow Shaman push potential as well, so you have some decent synergy going on here. You have great burn to help you melt through the PL up to a certain point, and that should play nicely into how much of a unified power spike you see from Aster. None of these heroes take particularly long to
5
come
seconds
online,
remaining.
and I think that plays nicely to this smooth power curve, whereas IG, you will have to wait a bit for the PL. You have to give him space to get the Diffusal plus the Manta style, and then by then you could maybe join in. The tendency we see is to wait for another item pickup before you really go wild.
See the final banner out now. The Void from IG being removed in Aster. What possible one do you go for here? If your left track fails in securing farm and setting a pace
10
on the
seconds
game,
remaining.
IG is certainly just going to run over you if you don't have another answer to this PL.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the Void would have been pretty nice. You could still ask to go down that troll route, but it's not great up against the PL.
Nah, certainly not. Like, you could make an argument for the Battle Fury build. Again, it always kind of feels lackluster when you're forced to Battle Fury just for the Phantom Lancer. Although, the troll does get value for it from farming anyway, so it's kind of just a side benefit that you can just clear out the PL illusions in that way. It's really not the best response, although it is still feasible. Like, a lot of teams still go into that.
We're having a big think about this final ban now. IG still require a JT hero. So it's kind of hard to ban JT heroes. He does tend to have a pretty wide pool.
Yeah, and you've got the Rubik around though. Like, you could consider Scent ban out. That dual lane is kind of potent, although we didn't see the greatest effect of it last game, but it is just super potent when you have a Rubik Scent. Something that can really mess with Aster as well. They don't really have the best chase
Radiant
for the Stampede disengage. That's something that could cause issues. They banned the Timber Spine instead though.
Interesting ban. Seems like there was already a lot to kill in the form of Aster's Draft. You already had the Purge for the reactive armor, you had the Track, you had the Hex and Jackal from Shaman. Maybe they go back to the DLC here. Like, they do seem to require some kind of tanky front line on the side of IG.
5 seconds remaining.
Could just ask for the DLC, could go for the Centaur.
I prefer the Centaur, honestly. Like, the LC doesn't really bring you that much value here for IG. It just doesn't feel like there's any real reason to go for it. Like, you're playing against the Oracle, so you have False Promise to worry about anyway, and the Disarm. Not a lot of value for the case. Yeah, the troll.
Come out.
Yeah. You've got the Oracle, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's great. IG, switch it up. They get the OD, and
So,
great effect.
Offlane Ember.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Like, he's not going to be the focal point. JT's still probably just going to be looking for EXP. The key thing is that with the OD, you don't have to worry about False Promise or the Troll Berserk. Like, they pop any of these big things. Troll usually waits to be low HP to get that done. Just imprison him. Towards the end of it, he's gonna die. You know, he's not gonna get anything done in that. It's the classic OD versus Troll, where if you play your cards right, the OD can certainly do a lot more. Of course, there's a point where Troll kind of overtakes. That's really down to the BKB timing. So SCCC might want to prioritize that on the Troll. It's just that when you're also considering the Phantom Lancer here, you need a lot more tools beyond just a BKB Battle Fury to really start to take over.
It's a hard game, Fast. I stick by what I said. I think a lot of the pressure here is really on Tron. As people see, understanding he's probably just going to have to chill out and farm for quite a while, but Tron is definitely going to be to set a pace for his team, creating that space from SCCC that we really didn't see last game. Like, while he got pretty big on the TB, it just wasn't enough time. So we'll see if he gets done this time. I think the Left Track is a much better pick in this meta than the Invoker was anyway. So
yeah, it's a much more solid pick. It plays nicely into objectives. That's something Aster was lacking in game 1. They couldn't really melt a lot of the objectives fast enough. They always had to drag SCCC in to help them clear out the towers with the Terrorblade, so took away from his farming time. This time they can independently push with Chuan and Fade. So you just need level 6 on the Shadow Shaman, and you have a lot more presence with these 4 heroes than you did in game 1. IG though, super potent, right? Like, even if they're forced to run this offlane Ember on JT, I don't think he's still going to be able to get a lot of damage out without farm. The key thing is going to be EXP gain for this JT Ember Spirit, and Kaka should be able to get that done. Like, they should be able to at least apply enough pressure to maintain some EXP growth on the offlane.
the output still, but now Surround coming in from Aster. Nice slot as well. JT actually dropped very, very quickly, and he tries to go for a slight punch. He will go down to the end, and then Kaka will also be chased down. So have a Fortune's End available, and Kaka should also pretty much be getting there. Bit of contention, yeah, that'll be enough. One final fade, XXS will take the secondary kill, but gave the first blood over to Chuan with the track, and that sent a very, very nice precedence with the Leshrac.
Yeah, gives him a little bit of a boost in his mid lane matchup, which isn't going to be the easiest. Like, Emo does take some EXP on the OD to start to really dish it out, but we saw him do fantastic in game number 1. I don't doubt that he should be able to match that performance here. It should just be easier for Chuan. So as the Lush, you're going to have a good time up until level 3, level 4. That's when the Astral Imprisonment spam is a bit easier to pull off for Emo, and that's when he can kind of sustain himself a bit more. Just, it takes a while. It's a slow build up for the OD.
Tell you what, it wasn't last game. Emo had a great old time last time around in the OD, just finding all the world, and a lot of that farm was just farming heroes. Farm's gonna try and be as disruptive as possible, and he already has quite a few last hits off Ian. See how that goes later on. Of course, top lane we have Fly on the
Radiant's
be up against XXS on the Pangolier, and we'll have the support of Ollie. Fade will be there on the Shaman as well.
Jake is just dead.
Oh, well, that's not good. Yeah, he is. The thing is, John, is Fortune's End purges, so Flame Guard doesn't do anything anyway. S-Triple-C doesn't. It just seems like every time he's gonna come close for the last hit, he's gonna cop a lot of harassment from those round axes from S-Triple-C.
Yeah, he needs Kaka around to really help him. Like, you need the presence of that Fade Bolt and the threat of the Telekinesis to have a decent shot, but Kaka was focused on getting a big pull, so they should have that nicely between their tier 1 and tier 2 here.
Top lane, and Ollie does go down as well. The Grim Stroke, though, he does get an Inkspell off before he dies, but now Firefly's in trouble. They won't have any more spells to throw out, so they do back out in time. They'll be fine. I don't mind this stuff waiting for coming out from Kaka. It seems to be quite necessary in this lane matchup of Ember versus Troll anyway, but the problem is while you're getting that pull off, you're kind of susceptible to having your Ember die in that meantime, so...
Yeah, it gives a lot to SCCC. Like, you take a look at him, he's already level 3 on the Troll. He hasn't had too hard of a time just farming here. Now with the pull as well, just gets a little bit more efficiency down for himself.
Kaka, Fortune's in, gonna fly out onto him, but no chasing him down. Triple C is all about farming this game. He's actually already got the Diffusal queued up as well, so not going for anything greedy like a Battle Fury, not yet anyway. Just gonna try and go for that Diffusal, and I'd have to agree with that, because if you do manage to drain the mana of any of these 3 cores, they are all so dead. There's just no way for them to get out without mana. So, yeah, I do like the item build-up from S-Triple-C.
Yeah, it definitely allows him to play a lot more aggressive early. The key thing is, you will still need a way of isolating Fly, but you already have Lush. So you don't really have to put too much weight on the Troll to get that done, which does allow him to focus on earlier fighting, which is great. Like, we saw SCCC play the slower game last time, just didn't feel like that's what you want him to play. You've got to have him a bit more active, and he is finding that early farm. We should see a good pace into the phase boots and the Diffusal for that Troll.
Under attack.
Fade rather, gonna rotate in mid. Thought it was Eho for a second. Trying to go for a kill attempt on the OD. You don't really have much mana anyway. Just gonna secure the power rune. And he does get very lucky with that regen. One will get him all of that up for himself. Well, meanwhile, bot lane Kaka was trying to look at, but Provoker will be able to take him out.
This is getting to be a bit worrisome for IG. It's 5-0. Granted, a lot of those kills are on supports, but this means your laning and your laning pressure isn't quite there. So again, SECC pretty much having a free lane. You can say the same thing about top. XXS has had a lot of farm, and Ollie now.
Probably on that Grimstroke fade. Already committed the shackles. pressure being applied is just great from Aster. In fact, the shackles comes out again. Firefly doesn't actually have a way out of this. XXS, he won't have swashbuckle, so they won't dive. They will happily take the cell away from Firefly. 5-minute battery drop anyway, so you may as well go really just get those, but... In fact, Tron chasing down Emo, trying to steal his bounty room. Astral will be there, Emo gonna go for the TB, and looks like he will make it out in time.
Yeah, just a nice little snatch from Emo, but top lane is really a major issue for IG. They just can't get the space. Like, Ollie keeps dying. Fly does not have space to farm up. He's at 23, which is not bad. But XXS is definitely having better time at 25, and it doesn't match up to what you see from SCCC. So Fly is somewhat falling behind, and Fade is always happy to get that lockdown in.
Boca, another fortune send out on Kaka bot lane, but he should not, or maybe he does, he slows him down, but there will be the chains coming out from JT to just ensure that his support doesn't die another time. He's had enough of that bot lane anyway, he's going to start running down mid. Does find an arcane rune for his core. Now Fade's here on the Shaman, but they won't be able to get an arcane rune in time anyway, so Emo does go pick it up on the OD. Looks like Fade's just here to soak some XP, while you do see Sean just going into the jungle and just doing distracting, just pulsing everything down.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent EXP split, although this does mean XXS is exposed top.
He will die. But I just don't think it's about XXS this game. Like, they're more than happy to just ensure the troll Leshrac is doing fine. XXS is going to be able to do his job no matter what farm he gets.
Yeah, and they've already done their job in slowing down Fly anyway, so the Phantom Lanter's build-up isn't quite as fast as you'd expect. I like the fact that Fade is getting the solo EXP down mid. It just gives him easier access to that level 6, and the wards are super important for the Shadow Shaman. Really key timing for that hero.
Ollie gets spotted out, and oh no, he doesn't. It was just a blind swashbuckle from XXS, and now lucky shots to fly out. Ingswell's going to be there, but Tron is there to follow, and Tron is not being up, so Ollie will go down to the Leshrac. Fly is just running in to secure his the items on his courier, just make sure it doesn't go down. You already see Aster trying to set up for that top tier 1 tower, and you don't find that same trade at the bot anytime soon after. The JT is really struggling. And if he's only had 21 last hits in comparison to the 51 and 18 of see, and he's 2 levels behind of the troll right now, it is just really, really bad news for IG.
Yeah, the JT is finding solo EXP though, but that's all you can really hope now from the Simmer Spirit. Like, he's not going to go in again.
Got the chains off before SCCC could hit him a bit, so mid lane, Emo's been caught out, he needs some help. Pulse Nova from Tron, Lightning Storm as well, Emo will stick charge up, but they just can't help him. He tries to Astral now, it looks like the Leshrac wants to back off, but Tron should be able to, in fact, what a sanities. Emo barely being able to get that off, and now Boga comes in. What are you doing here, sir?
Wants to look for the cleanup, not quite enough on low HP, and IG does get a little bit more from that trade. Like, they managed to find the kill on Chuan first, so Emo does get a little bit more of EXP. That was just slightly more gold going way of Chuan though. So, and they do find the extra kill on the Shadow Shaman, but Fade TP's top immediately after respawning. He has a 6. They can just go for a tower push now.
Fly has to be so careful.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
True line Fade wants to get that hex off. Blink Thunder's going to be there. Fly now spots them out, does go for the double, and he pulls to the left, and just to try and find the right one.
Oh no!
With the illusion, and they fall for it, but they do eventually get the right one, and the simple wards are right next to the tier 1 anyway, so they lose nothing.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage out. Look at Chuan with the Diabolic Edict just melting through that tower. It is still going to fall after that fort, so that's going to be the first tower of the game going the way of Aster, and that gives them a lot more control. The top lane is now shut out. You're going to have to try to find a different spot for Fly to farm it.
not many places left, it seems. Like, he's a PL after all. He doesn't exactly flash farm
Radiant's
without some
bottom tower
actual
is
farm.
under attack.
Nah, yeah.
Fun, just gonna continue forcing this wave in. Like, he relegated to the jungle, but that's really not what he wants.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a slower time for our PL, and while you could say SCCC's in the jungle, he just farms a little bit more efficiently. He has a lot more gold to play with, like he is inching closer towards that diffusal, and him leaving that bot lane means XXS has a different lane to soak and farm in. Wouldn't really mind going up against JT, as JT is actually behind our Pango in terms of farm. So it's been a better game for XXS, and JT still has a lot of catching up to do on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the whole SCCC thing's completely different, by the way. I mean, he's got an Iron Tower on the on control, but I mean, he's more than happy to just sit that for a while. But JT doesn't seem to be very happy to oblige by that. He tries to jump in on SCCC, but SCCC looks to be happy to fight, especially while Baboka's there. They had the false promise just in case the troll needed it. Of course, does not. Now, Smoke was popped and immediately broke thanks to JT. Bit of a shame for Aster, just awkward timing. That may save IG from copying a real bad gank on one of their cores.
That it does, but Aster is set up to get a push going down mid. They've got the Travis and Chuan. He comes in, and they do start on this tier 1 mid.
Yeah, I mean, just wait at the
Oh, Kaka stole the wards though.
I mean, he did. Is he going to be able to use them? Is my question.
No, not right now, no. That is potent for Kaka. It's not control. It's probably actually not the best spell to steal. You'd really want Shackles or Hex more in this case, but if they do get close to tier 1, IG could get at least 1 tower now.
Radiant's bottom tower
See,
is under attack.
yeah, they make it happen. Kaka definitely probably shouting at his team, I got wards, let's go do something right now. And there's a smoke coming out. It's gonna go back for their outpost. The smoke is really leading to nowhere.
They don't really have vision.
Emo gives up on it.
Yeah, they didn't have vision around any sort of offensive area to try to hunt. Only 1 ward in their jungle area, and obviously no one there, so not really gonna find anything, although I guess they could try for SCCC. He is far forward.
Radiant's bottom tower
JT
is under attack.
gonna be in trouble bot lane. There was a counter smoke from Aster, and he does remnant away. Much harder to go for the Ember if you don't have some form of initiation on Fade. Needs a blink or a force start to be able to get in there. Meanwhile, Baboka, though, being caught out on the Oracle. He does do so. He saw XXS to come in now with Rolling Thunder with chains, and they cancel that off. XXS thinking about just committing the ultimate, but doesn't really want to, and now Emo gonna rotate in. Does have sanities. Aster definitely do not want to take the fight any longer.
And it's a surprising use of that spell from Baboka. He didn't bother throwing out Purifying Flame, so there's really nothing to reach him back up. Just kind of waste that spell. It's going to be down for more than a minute. If an opening for IG, although they're probably just going to be fine playing like this. They can clean up that tier 1 bot, but you see some pings from Aster towards the top lane, so they might consider a tier 2 trade.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, there's SCCC's diffusal coming up.
I love that build-up. Like, after that, straight into the BKB for the troll. So, that effectiveness of the OD again, not gonna be there. This is really the key timing for the troll, just the BKB. Absolutely pertinent when you're playing against the OD.
Yeah, unlike Terrorblade, you can actually build BKB this quick. Ollie.
Ollie?
Gonna get caught out. And should go down fairly easy. The Purifying Flames keep him alive for a bit. Now the Soulbind out there. Be a dangerous scenario. Like, you've got Soulbind gone now, and XXS still has Rolling Thunder. So, can't stop this push, surely, but JT can with his presence. Fortune's End to fly it off of Baboka. JT thinking, should I go in? There is a stun coming out and it does connect from Chuan. Still, he does not want to really continue this fight. And it looks like they are just going to sack the Oracle. They're just too afraid of what could be behind the side of Aster. XXS just goes for the wrong PP away. Yeah, Aster, they're happy. I think once SCCC's BKB's up is when they say, okay, now we definitely fight.
Yeah, they're just gonna sit back for now, play it safe. They didn't quite have too much vision beyond the one behind the tower, so they had no information in the jungle to tell them who exactly was chasing, and they'd rather play it safe. IG is actually keeping up fairly nicely in terms of farm as well. Like, it's a 1k, less than 1k advantage right now for IG. You see the farm on Fly, it is decent. Like, it's right behind our troll and just about behind Emo as well. So all fairly even, considering that rough start. Oh, JT.
Shackles, they catch him out. They're hoping for some snares and they do get the root. Just gotta pop the battle trance sometimes. Just pray you get that lucky, and it definitely does come out with battle trance. Pick up.
Yeah, it's they do kind of rely on JT to play forward and play as their initiation. He's the only hero that can really jump in for IG. No one else can kind of initiate, so without that Ember Spirit around, this does buy some more time for Aster to get a little bit more off the map. They will have Serpent Wards again, so they can push in lane, drop the wards, and pull back out if they wanted to.
Makai is there. In hesitation. They did get blocked for a second, but who they found there? It's going to be JT again?
No.
Oh, that's not a great start. And now Rolling Thunder going to catch up. Fade meanwhile finds a double kill, make it a triple kill. So only dies for the Serpent Wards of Fade.
Oh. I'm not sure what IG was doing. Like, we saw Kaka standing there, right? We saw him on the Rubik standing beside Fade. He could have stolen the Hex. He could have stolen the Shackle. He didn't do anything, and he just let his Invis kind of fade through.
There seems to be a lot of miscommunication here from IG. Aster are going to go ahead and take a Roshan out now. It's a big
Stand out. Stand out.
What do you do?
Nah, he can't. You have to have T going first, but all he has is a blade nail.
For maybe a remnant, but yeah, it's not going to happen. Fly actually looks a fight.
JT?
They feel confident. They feel confident without Rolling Thunder, but that's up in about 3 seconds. Risky play from IG.
Oh, it really is. If it fell apart there, you'd look at giving away a lot of key farm that you just built up on your PL and kind of tossing that away. And speaking of our PL, Fly is working towards a fast ads. So he wants that Phantom Rush constantly up.
I don't mind. I respect the build, but
doesn't strike me as enough though. Like, you're lacking in durability, you're lacking in damage. You still have as a very, very high damage output here at this point in the game, and that's still going to stay that way until you either build a pipe on one of these heroes, and quite frankly, none of these heroes naturally build a pipe, or if you get a BKB. But with this kind of pace on Fly, neither seems to be the case, so they're gonna have to try to find a solution for Chuan. They could try to just dive him, but Baboka can kind of just buy time and save him.
Well, they might have a chance now, John. That's the smoke up running straight towards Ollie, and they want a JT, but they'll settle for the stroke. JT, get out of there, sir. Do not stick around that area. Yeah, Emo. Still waiting to get his Aghanim Tempter. He's about 500 gold off that. IG definitely not looking to make any moves prior to that happening.
Yeah,
But this they're going to lose another mid-tier 2 town.
Yeah, it's really down to the strength of Aster draft. They just can constantly push, and IG cannot defend. Like, they can pop. Sure, it fades, and SCCC just stands there and hits.
That's the thing, once you pass the circle what's down, you're committed. You're going for it. They do allow to be denied. They don't care about the goal, they're all getting it. They care about the map control.
Yeah, that just makes it so much harder for IG to farm here. Like, they don't have TP points in their jungle.
You've almost got the BKB as well on Escaples, so I don't think Aster really wanted to force the fight. Violent. Fade's now got the full blink up.
Yeah, that's really big. That's Blink and Aether Lens already up for Fade. So our Shaman is really a key part of Aster's control, and IG just don't have anything coming out from their supports as well. Like, you are looking at the Blink and Kaka, but he's only at 800, 900 gold right now. So it's a long build-up, and you have nothing coming out for Ollie.
Yeah, that hanging himself on the PL is not Blink can't stun it. Get the troll as you see, you can't get the battle trance off it. But he had lost promise, sir. Just maybe thought he could have committed that early. Committed on himself.
Okay. Nah. Yeah, that's
He does. Yeah, he definitely does. Just
was he outside of range? Like, it could have been a range issue. It didn't look like it,
range.
though.
I don't think he was. I think he had about a second. You make those mistakes and it can be hard to determine whether you need to false promise or not. You never know. As people see, may have said, "Look, don't worry about it. Just leave me be."
Yeah, that's fair. They do lose their tier 1 mid, and that is a massive swing for IG, bringing down the gold advantage of Aster to 1k. So IG's still definitely in here, despite being behind in kills. Like, you still have a lot on Emo. He has his Ags up. So you have the Astral Imprisonment spam coming out from him, and Fly is doing great as well. He is very close to his own Ags. You've got some major power spikes coming out now for IG, and Aster has to be a bit cautious. You can't afford to toss SCCC up in front like that. He does have the gold for the BKB though, so next time it happens, he should have a failsafe there.
Eyes up, you can completely in. It's on the way. Going for the batter up next. But with that BKB and the blink that you saw on the front page, I think it's probably about time for Aster to try and make another move. I feel the same way, etc. In fact, JT try and go forward and get a double damage room, but I believe alarm off by Oracle.
Yep, nice little hit from Baboka to take that away, and IG and Aster just satisfied to farm a little. You are kind of right though. Like, Aster should play. Fade's Blink is just so massive. You want to make use of it fast. They don't really have any objectives to play for though, except for that bot tier 1, which they honestly haven't spent too much time around that bot lane, so they should probably clear it out just to get complete control on the map, but their farming locations have been pretty diverse.
Always those bot towers that get left standing. Just kind of like a dead lane. They just don't matter that much.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't give you the best access. Like, that triangle on Dire side isn't as important as the Radiant triangle, funny enough. That's always kind of been the case. But it's a Radiant jungle that Radiant triangle that really shines, and the Dire one just kind of gets left in the wayside.
Yeah. Actually never stood a chance. Like, Radiant one's right next to Roshan to...
Yeah, that's fair.
Denied.
IG. Ags up now on the PL, they want to make a play. If Fade gets the Hex Shackles, that Hag's not going to matter whatsoever. So, we'll have to see. Might like be careful, he tries to fade him in, but now Rolling Thunder was already out, Soulbind is there as well. And Triple C will pop the BKB immediately. Kaka will almost certainly die, that'll be it. Maybe after the BKB with his on control again. Yeah, they do. They got the double chains off. There's going to be the sanities, but they got the battle some time and can't avoid that sanities damage. Now, as you will see, Astral can. Without that BKB, he just can't do anything. And with that, looks like his time will wear out as the false promise probably waiting from a line back Emo. Put them in the prison again. Oh.
Oh man, IG just playing that really perfectly. Aster has to be a lot more disciplined with that BKB use. It's the key thing when you're up against the OD. And Emo just finding the right calls at the right times. they got the really good soul bind as well from IG, so they stopped the Rolling Thunder from being a massive issue, and they kept SECC locked up. So a lot of things going really wrong there for Aster. They have to start the fight. Fade needs to be the one to jump up in and lock in those heroes first and cop the initial for the team to have everyone else free to do what they want. And with that, IG, they just get to go and take a tier 2. Not very fast, but there's no defense coming out from Aster.
They really do have to ensure that Emo and Fly either win down before they can do that again on the side of Aster. It's just way too dangerous, especially with Emo. Just so much valuable time invested on that troll. So they're gonna find Kaka again on the Rubik, but not too big of a deal for the start of it. They'll be alright with it.
You do have a couple of things coming out for Aster that could help out. Like XXS is very close to his halberd, so just about 1,000 gold away on our Chandelier, and once that's up and running, you can kind of mitigate the damage output from Emo. Granted, it's really not about right clicks, it's just the control he has with Astral is just super annoying. Aster has to consider maybe a Linken's or even a Lotus Orb, just to kind of reflect that back to Emo, just be a bit more annoying and disruptive, but so far it has been a decently even game. Like, not the same in kills, but IG has constantly been within 1k of Aster.
Haste.
Fade. May get caught out of the Shaman now. No changes yet. They just hang in the tree. One comes in, trying to help out. They got the hits on the PO. In fact, it was taking on the Ember. And Black in trouble right now. Needs to get out of there. He does get Astral by Emo. Can he get up? Doppel. Astral will still sees him down. Yeah, they got the Lightning Storm. That'll be enough. Fade. He pulled back. Still trying to find more. He won't get another target, but the PL pickoff is pretty big. And they could try for a road path play.
Yeah, overall, it's still a pretty big win for Aster, even if that does cost them buyback. They do find PL. You're going to be much more satisfied with it, although.
Yeah, lifted up, silence. We'll see. I'm going to come in here, but here we go again with Astrals. You have to use the speed PP. Still trying to move forward, for 10 more Astrals to come out. Trying to find and ward them off. And Triple C does pop the BKB now with the shackles there from Fade, but he just forced up way. So Evo finds a double. Doesn't get on the roof, but the pass BKB is over. And it looks like Emo should have full control of this trouble. And I'm surprised they went in after that. I know it was a 4v5 situation, but it just didn't look great.
Every time Aster faces these fights without getting the jump first, it never pans out. You really need your Shaman to be the one to go in, to lock in.
Under attack.
It's Emo, he has been super disruptive with his Ags buildup. You need a way of counteracting that. Like, the BKB needs to be open. TCC, the issue is the charges are dropping. He's down to 8 seconds left, and that these fights last for so long that you're not going to be able to find the cleanup in that time span. Like, sure, the troll doesn't get imprisoned, but you can't stop everyone else from being saved by that. Like, you saw Emo delay it enough on JT that JT just managed to dance around him at some point. So there has to be something here from Aster. Control that OD, maybe a piece of, or really just play with Fade. Have Fade start these fights for you, have him blink in on the Shadow Shaman. That's your best bet. If not, then maybe wait for, well, it is still a bit far off, but you could wait for tier 4 items like the Princess Knife. That really helps. It's just, that's not going to be up for a while.
Seems like you just gotta utilize some, like a smoke, and just really find out this OD. Evo's been really annoying this Aster.
Yeah, he has.
So you thought Flash wasn't a problem. He found the catch really easily, but now Boca being caught out of the open, trying to get some D-wards off, and Emo would kill us here.
Yes, these really good wards from IG have been paying off. Like, the complete control they've had in the jungle meant that Aster has not been able to get a good move forward, and ooh, SCCC.
JT, next up, won't really be able to get range with pace. The Roshan play. Aster almost certainly aren't going to bother trying to fight without their Oracle, and in fact, surprisingly, IG let it go again. No, they'll go.
Yeah, they've got to. It's a free objective for them. No real vision from Aster to keep track of that, and they could try with XXS. It just feels like they're not quite in position. They are a bit too distributed and really just unaware. They don't have a scan as well to check for this.
It's going to be decently fast for Sean, especially with that double dimension on Firefly. I'm very, very lucky with that. Meanwhile, the Boca trying to equal, but it's going to cost him his life again.
Discover what lies beyond.
Trying to get back control of this triangle area.
Dire's bottom tower
While the Roshan's going.
Nah, he really needs backup for these D-wards. Like, they know where the warded areas are. He will constantly get punished if he doesn't have someone to help him. Just take those wards out.
One.
Oh,
Very, very
no, XXS.
And it's going to be XXS.
Why?
Trying to find these wards. Well, they really want the wards done.
They go in one by one. It's back to back. Baboka twice. You know, like in this area, and then here, and then why? It's a 4K lead now for IG. They've found some pretty big kills they shouldn't be finding. They've already got Roche. They can clear out this tier 1 top and try to find more. Aster, they're waiting for the Abyssal to be up in SCCC, and you do have the BKB on Chuan. So you have that going. Fade is split pushing that tier 2 bot, so you can find a bit of a trade.
Yeah. It's not gonna take too much damage. Emo is there to clean up those serpent wards. Just trying to finish off that Abyssal. Once the Abyssal could really be the game changer. Then he can really just focus down that OD with Abyssal. Take him out.
Yeah, it's that is going to help massively. They'll have to worry about the other tools in IG's hand, but with the Abyssal BKB, I think that basically covers all your bases there. They do manage to finally find that Obs ward as well, but
Right. 18. Gonna find out the left. Astral gonna be there again. It up. False Promise will save him. He does get the BKB off now. As Triple C's going to look for a target here, and he does go for Ollie first, but Boca they're going to lose his life on the Oracle now. Emo is being done now. They got Hex on Hex the Fade, but Firefly is jumping on top of that charm and trying to burst him down. There's Triple C just in that battle trance right now. Can't really pick his target. He does get lifted up afterwards, and well, now it looks really bad. Oh, as Emo should just have his way with them. Nice little sanities there. So they're trying to fight back from this. Triple C does end up losing his life. Parker stole shackles, and now they're going to lose Tron as well. Left rack. XXS is sitting dark on the Pangolier, and then almost going to be a full team wipe. Only person to run out of there is Fatal the Shaman, and he may not even have. GG's been called. They've been enough.
ooh. Yeah, that was a very hard game for Aster. It looked like they had some solutions for a while, but the execution definitely fell flat. Like, they couldn't get SCCC to just do what he wants in the middle of those fights. IG had the solutions. They were keeping up in farm despite falling behind in kills. And Emo on the OD this time just wrecked face. Like, he just got the control, he got the damage. Aster could not stagger the fight out and Oh.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another 1v1, this time between Super and Fantasy, and it is, of course, for Peter and John. John, what the hell am I saying here? It is
Cancer on cancer. That's it.
goodness.
It's cancer versus cancer, and it's quite fascinating as well, right? Super is, well, technically the POS 5 of his team. Fancy is the POS 5 as well. I would give Super the edge because, you know, he was a mid player. So this does seem like it should favor RNG in that sense. And at the least, Fancy has the he can get done. It is a cancerous lane though. Like this is just straight up cancer.
I'm pretty sure the map should have that map.
It should. Definitely should.
Berserk Blood's really good. Like, Berserker's Blood can be really, really good at just keeping you alive when everyone thinks you're about to die. But you've got break mechanic in Super, you've got the poison attack. Hell, he can even get to that corrosive skid if he wants to just really punish any kind of harassment that comes to that fantasy. I don't know how you. I mean, it's definitely possible for both sides to win. You know, you can't rule either of them out, but you definitely have to agree. Super has the advantage going.
Oh yeah, it's much easier for him to maximize the Viper. I mean, Pansy actually goes for inner fire first, so he's not gonna have that early spear spam. He goes for the disarm instead, which is a fascinating proposition. That's one way to perhaps deal with Super. It probably won't dissuade Super too much though. Like that's just a less than 2 seconds of disarm. Super can just go back and kind of spam poison attack. So let's see how effective that is.
It has to somewhat. It's gonna be a very hard lane for Fantasy. So see how much poison attacks come out of Super. He's not wondering yet. Of course, the poison attacks do stack up in damage as well. The more you can hit Fantasy, the more it's gonna matter. And Fantasy cannot really afford to do that.
Look at that!
It's
Super
might
go!
be dead. Fantasy actually might be dead here. We'll very fire up. Holy, that is disgusting.
Oh yeah, Super. I mean, Fancy could have done the same if he went Burning Spears, but he didn't. And that's his mistake. He goes for Berserker's Blood for sustain now. Really?
I don't mind this. No, I actually don't mind this because I don't think you can trade properly with the Viper anyway.
Yeah, but he's really not gonna be staying alive as soon as Super maybe gets some regen out. Like he's just gonna hit level 2, either get the Nether Toxin or the Corrosive Skin, and you really can't get anything done at that point.
It's gonna be a really, really hard match. That's what he does. So it's trying to be creative. It's the disarm. Super wants to get the kill, and he will.
There you go.
Look, if you ever wondered what a 1v1 between a Viper and Husker would look like, this is what it looks like. And Fantasy has.
He's not gonna tap out. He
did. I believe you kind of.
No point dragging it
Really
out.
want to go through tournament like this? Yeah.
You tried something new. I don't think you really see Husker's build that way, so try to ignore the Burning Spears. It's not as cancerous when you don't have it, so the Viper is just a big...
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
All right, phenomenal. Welcome. We are here for the series and first game of this best of 3 between King Gaming and Royal Never Give Up. It is MLP Dota. Lovely. John X5. John, we're into our second series. It took a while. I believe we're about an hour late in terms of schedule, but how are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great. We had a pretty straightforward 1v1 coming out, and of course, RNG did win out there, super on the Viper, just overwhelming fancy on the Husker, and funny enough, this matchup, historically at least for 2020, I don't believe Keen has actually taken the series off of RNG. If they do win out, this is going to be the first series they've won against RNG in past year, but historically, at least for this year, it's not looking great for Keen.
No. I mean, they are the pretty big underdogs in terms of betting odds, as far as I can tell by the chat. So, that's not. I mean, that's how I look at the odds, John. I don't really gamble myself, so I just look at the chat, see what they're saying. Like, okay, somebody said the odds are pretty bad for Keen, so must be RNG that are favorites. Of course, Keeper of the Light has been first by Keen Gaming. Royal Never Give Up. They do go for the DK Skywrath Mage. And you know what, John? The DK is growing on me. I do love the first pick DK. I think it's just such a powerful pick right now in the current meta. Because it goes in 3 lanes. It doesn't need farm. It barely needs levels. How many have we seen now that just get to level 6, rotate to the opposing lane, and just push in a tower, and then eventually they just get a pink dagger, and they just initiate for their team.
Yeah, it's all you really need from the DK. I think it's always been that kind of stable core. It is nice to see it with a more flex role though. Like in this case, Keen, they pick up the Ember Spirit thinking it's going to be that matchup, but RNG lets them if they want, or just even if out against the Ember Spirit, that's perfectly fine for the DK. You're not going to kill him off. He's still going to get level 6 a good time, and the nice thing about DK mid is that once you hit that 6, you can just pressure mid lane instead. So it is a faster process in terms of taking out that key tower if you keep that DK mid. Keen open is pretty strong though. The Keeper of the Light, Ember Spirit, we've seen this tons of times before. Just a highly effective combo. The control the Keeper of the Light gives you allows the Ember Spirit to really pump out his damage quite well. And in the laning phase, it is quite annoying to play against. Already a bit potent for Keen, not as flexible. RNG definitely have that flexibility with the DK. The Skywrath Mage is nice. Like, it does kind of work with the DK stun, but it works so much better when you have that Legion Commander. So, a really solid pickup for RNG. They go with a straightforward combo with the Skywrath Mage, and this should allow our LC to have some early duel wins.
It should be potent combination. Keen Gaming However, they stick to a fairly standard pick in the Beastmaster, and I love seeing it.
Radiant team pick.
Draw never give up. Don't think too much. Straight into the Chen, and this draft is looking scarier and scarier as time goes on. So, John, they've got some great fight potential, they've great pick-off potential, they've got great push in the DK Chen. I don't.
They've got ridiculous sustain as well. And remember when we saw Chen up against the Beastmaster? You don't love boars, so that will take a lot of the presence of that Beastmaster away. Even the Lycan, right? Like you and Chen can just take that creep away from you every time it shows up. So it's a nice little bit of value for RNG in that sense. There is some outstanding push from Keen though. Like
10 seconds remaining.
mentioned RNG with the DK Chen having great push. I think Keen Gaming's push is much more potent with the Beastmaster Lycan. That can melt towers much faster and much more reliably. The issue is the Chen kind of acts as a great counterpoint. And Legion Commander does punch huge waves, which Beastmaster and Lycan tend to do when they shove out. Like, you're gonna have 2 boars at the very least, 2 wolves, and dominated creeps or necrobook creeps up and running. And LT will just dish a lot of damage that way. So that's something Keen has to be quite aware of. RNG does have some answers beforehand.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
gotta say though, this game, like just judging off both these drafts, could go really either
5
way.
seconds remaining.
It's really hard to tell who could plan in front with these two drafts. Like you've got crazy you got crazy push potential on both sides, and in terms of team fight, both teams have the same, right? Like you've got plenty of potential here by either side. I'm kind of wondering how long this game lasts. To be honest, I'm not even worried about who's gonna win. How long does it last? Because both teams are gonna be looking to finish very, very early.
Oh yeah, it's fast draft for both sides. You do wonder about Keen's draft though. Like, are they really gonna save their pause for last? That's definitely a possibility. I let the Tusk ban out from RNG. They don't need to worry about that when they go for the snowball. So you should be able to get that value from your LC, unless we see something like a wild last pick here from Keen. Maybe something like the Oracle or a Dazzle if they really were worried. I don't think you can fit either of those in here. With a Keeper Collect, you want something a little bit greedier, or at least something that is a bit more active early on. Those two don't quite play into that. We could perhaps see something like the last pick Shaman to tie in this push draft. So you'd have the Lycan Beast and the Shadow Shaman to give you wards for the push. That makes it so much harder for RNG to prevent the push. Or even like Jakiro works well with the Keeper of the Light and can slowly melt towers as well. Those are all really solid picks for Keen if they are looking for support to close it out.
We're gonna have a think about it. You see these kind of drafts. Just the potential both these teams have. You know, these kind of drafts usually end up in a bit of a bloodbath after the laning stage. Yeah, both teams will just try and secure a farm first 10-15 minutes, and once those core items are up, I'm gonna hit that timing.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
You know what strikes me here? Like a wave of nostalgia. Every time RNG picks up the DK, I kept thinking about Super's DK. It's been so long. You don't see that anymore. You don't. I mean, he plays pause 5 strictly, so we're not gonna see a flex switch like that. But takes me back. Keen does close out with a disruptor, so you got that team fight potential with the Keeper of Light. Not quite playing into the push, but really solid ways of taking fights and having push with a Beastmaster Lycan. Anyway, it's a well-rounded draft from Keen. We've got solutions here. They definitely have better AoE control. RNG with a Kunkka close do solve a bit of an issue, right? Like, he didn't have the best of ways to reliably keep the Ember Spirit or the Lycan in place. Now with the X and the Kunkka, one of these heroes will have to sit still, and we'll have to watch out for the callback. The follow-up is going to be there for RNG. Really solid drafts from both sides. Hard for me to say who I favor. I would have to maybe give a bit of an edge to Keen, simply because their push potential is definitely way up there. But the sustain from RNG is just ridiculous. It's a Chen Kuka. Like, there is so much healing and delay there that the fights might drag a bit too long for Keen.
Yeah, this is a really hard one to pick. Like, I'm kind of leaning towards Raw Never Give Up, to be honest. Just purely based on that last pick, Kunka. Because now you've got to counter towards the Lycan. Counter towards the M. Obviously, the boat is amazing. You still have the LC Skywrath. If you catch anyone out with the jewel, they are dead, for sure. There's no getting out of it. I don't know, we're going to have to wait and see. This is going to be a fun match to watch between these two. Could really go either way. It's going to be seemingly about who can hit those timings earlier and really make it work.
Yeah, I still kind of worry about that Beast Master show. Like, just a Chen. You from leveling. Laning essence of Beastmaster with Wild Axes can be there in certain matchups. This is not a laning matchup where you need to go that route. Right, like the Monet is kind of tanky, but his physical armor isn't too high until you start seeing the levels in Dragon Blood, so that's something you could abuse with the Boars early. But do you risk it up against a Chen?
I don't think you do. I think you just go the axes. I think the axe is still gonna be a better future investment, you know, instead of the boars, which are just naturally gonna be stolen anyway. Gonna be down bottom for now, but it's almost going to make the rotation back up top. But I do think if you are Zhao Fu, you just go for the wild axes and just make them work up against the.
Yeah,
I've seen this over and over again with these DKs as well, John. There's
30
just
seconds to battle.
it doesn't matter if you slow them down. You hit level 6, they start pushing out.
Yeah, and in that case, wouldn't be too surprising if RNG did opt to just play aggressively. Like, the Chen can certainly do a lot more in this kind of tri-lane than the DK. Like, DK just doesn't offer you anything as a laning partner. You know, there's no kill potential, there's no real harassment potential with the DK. You do still kind of need to babysit it, yeah.
I think that's the smarter coming out from Zhao Fu this game. Those boars do hurt quite a bit. Like, slow that super can take. That boar slow that comes out of them is kind of insane. So
yeah,
you really just don't want to give it a super on the chin.
Nah, you do have fantasy around anyway to top up your mana. That is actually really potent if you think about it. Like, Chakra and Axe Spam is super damaging.
That's one I didn't think about, and that is true. That is, not to mention he lowers the cooldown, so essentially it's going to be like an Aghanim Scepter Axes straight off the bat. You know?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. Now they're going to try and dish out as much harassment onto Monet as they can while they have a chance to. Once you hit that level 3, level 4 mark, that is all over. Monet is going to be perfectly fine. We'll have a look at the mid lane where Setsu is going to be up against Blood on the Ember. We've seen this one before as well, and it really can go either way, but I do believe it favors Setsu on that Kunkka.
Yeah, he just has a lot more harassment potential with Tideburner, doesn't expend mana to do so. Blood is still a melee hero on that Ember Spirit, so you know, he's going to have to come in to get those hits, and Setsu can punish pretty hard every single time.
There's not much Blood can really do about this. Gonna go through a lot of region. Have a look back at that lane of course, bot lane we do see Erica on the Lycan. He does have a bit of a rough matchup up against the LC, right? Like, the LC is just never fun to play against as a melee core, and Lycan is one of those cores that he does need to get the Necro 3 book up before he can really do anything.
Yeah, it takes a while for Lycan to build up there. Not only that, but the biggest issue for this bot lane is that YDS has no laning presence. He goes in for the Thunderstrike, but Flywin can just dispel it with a press the attack.
It's going to be really frustrating. YDS is basically already out of mana. He just has a Mango on Sage's Mask ready to go. September's going to be there to block the pool. We do have a bit more lag coming out again. The service, but it's okay. It's last time, so let's just Hope it does it again. Back to that mid lane. Sensu now finding himself at the top of the box on that cooldown. Chains come out. Blood does have a chance here. He didn't have Flame Guard off cooldown anyway. Sensu, of course, just going to XTP, which seems like a very, very fair ability to have.
That's just so obnoxious. Look at that. Comes back with tangos, a salve, fairy fire, lots of HP, blood, at least as a bottle.
Very nice. Oh. Nice dodge. Now Setsu could be in a bit of trouble. They get the chains off. Setsu still has a lot of damage. He's going to very fire up. But he does go down. He tried. He really, really did try. He was already losing that bit of matchup as it was, and now dying like that. Yeah, and Setsu, he's going to be a happy, happy man.
Yeah, this is really going to hurt the progression of our Ember Spirit, which means that tempo setting you see from the Ember probably going to be delayed just a bit. Fortunately for Keen, they can kind of compensate. Like Xiao Fu can pick up the pace instead, but his farm's not that great as well. Like, the big issue for Keen is all of their side lane, all of their lane farm is actually not even comparable to what RNG has. RNG just has stronger lanes.
Bloody can go for the chains. Now X going to be there from Sensu. He'll go for the torrent. No, actually cancel the torrent. I believe it might be here as PP coming into the mid lane just in case he did go after Blood. Yeah, in fact it was one of the Ensign of the Disruptor. Just TPing mid in case. So you do waste on the TP the side of Keen Gaming. RNG, they just need to win out every single lane.
It's really hurting Keen here. Like, you need some of these heroes to come online fast. Eric is the key part. This bot lane is hurting too hard from RNG's presence. It's just down to YDS not being able to do much. You would want to lane swap, but you'd have to swap both heroes. Not really feasible, because you can't break off that Coddle Beastmaster combo.
It's just being a real menace. Just won't even allow the neutral creeps for Blood. This is what I love about Setsu Kokidoni. He doesn't allow you to have any options other than the lane. And the option of the lane isn't really an option, it's just suicide.
Oh yeah, it's a big... Blood can't play there. He's a full level behind. Like, Setsu has the boat ready if he wants to go for something.
Fantasy. Trying to go after Super does get a bit greedy with all the... Well, he still has a creep for himself. He's going for the... He can't get it. Fantasy does pick up the kill, and that was for that send for Corsair, I believe. He's gonna send a chase Fantasy. Poor Fantasy can't do much about it, and Blood's left. He's like, screw it. That's your problem.
Did he steal the Corsair, or did he mean to steal the big guy?
No, he's on level 3.
Oh yeah,
I think he didn't have the option.
Nah. Oh, Blood.
Why bot lane does end up going into Erica. Meanwhile, Blood will avoid torrent from Sentu.
It's both thrown out as well. Trying to look for that kill and doesn't land a combo. The Ember Spirit does have some leeway with a sleight of fist to play with. Oh.
Chain's not going to do much, but bot lane. Pemba does go down on YDS, so YDS getting some sweet, sweet revenge. Oh, here comes one again, straight into Erica. He's very, very fast with those overwhelming ults. Lucky with that double hit, and oh, Erica's actually dead.
Yeah.
Just runs him down.
A nice clean pickup for RNG, kind of setting the pace back to RNG despite those kills, and this is exactly what you don't want to see for Keen early on. They needed to win out these lanes. You have to now buy time for your liking to finish up Necro 1, possibly Necro 2. You don't want to be forced out with just Necro 1 and nothing else on the liking. You definitely need a little bit more. The bot lane is just way too dangerous for him right now.
I mean, well, top lane though, Nate has taken that top tier 1 tower. That's talked about. The next level 6 gets a siege creep, which is in lane. Oh. Yeah, Dragon Tower comes out, gets just here. It's Sensu sitting at level 8. Jiaofu the poor man's at level 5 and just can't do anything. In fact, Monet says, why not? I'm just gonna go for another tower, a bit of tier 2 chip damage.
Yeah, they had a siege creep as well, so there was some decent damage. That was 500 points of damage actually onto that tier 2.
Now, K net worth advantage for RNG. That is a very, very early 3k.
Yeah.
Looking rough and rougher. Now, Erica, he's going to deal with Flyone who has Jewel available. See, Floyd's going to be very, very careful with the Erica. Whitey Aster, by September, Blood going to be chased out a little bit. We'll actually find the Skyrath. You sounded a bit surprised, Joe.
Because Blood just went back to River and caught out anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to save him in this situation. Monet is going to find the kill. You call that worth if you're RNG.
Oh, definitely. It was just super strange. The Blood found a kill on September. He had a remnant way further up. He chose to go right into the chin, which led him to just do a little bit more damage, and Monet just turns around. Red trains to
I'm going to be there. He does use that's the attack, and now just trying to match. He's going to eventually try and run, but Erica is just so much faster. He's pinging for TPs. He needs help. They're coming. Sensu throws the boat in fly when he's still alive. The boat will fly in. That'll give him the boat run bonus, and now the back. Erica can't get the job done. On the right side for Keen Gaming, at least Xiaofu does end up finding a kill on Monet, who was left alone with the DK. But I like the play from Sensu, just ensuring Flyone does walk out with his life intact.
Yeah, it does waste time for a light, and that's the time where he's not farming up, doesn't get any kill gold. I mean, you did DK, sure, but how much farm do you really need Monet? He has his soul up, he's saving up for his Shadow Blade. I think once you have that up, you're pretty much satisfied on this hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ted Swain, top lane, just putting mage fucking Xiaofu. Xiaofu gonna TP out of there. He won't waste any more time. Meanwhile, nice little sneak from Fantasy on the top outpost, but Monet will also grab the bottom one.
This is mine nicely.
Yo, down with boots on there. I believe it was September, losing his boots for a couple minutes.
Yeah, that hurts our Sky. He's going to be moving a bit slower than he'd want. Still a rather reckless positioning of that career. Maybe navigating back towards him from a TP. It's kind of picked off at the wrong spot.
Becoming really problematic as well for Kane. Monet is just easily pushing down a tower. They are nowhere to be seen. They're currently in mid, so they are starting to run down bot, but it's taken so long. T1's already down. They're going to just try and hope to find a bit of a hero kill here. Maybe they go September, as Monet is not within position. Probably going to try and take you out, though. No, the Axis boots got him out, and now they commit the roar. Next door will be dropped as well. YDS getting a head start, both deploying from Sensu. YDS will accept his death, but now September goes down on RNG. This is not the team fight you would have wanted. Perhaps not expecting so many of the heroes of King Gaming to be there, but Sensu is a bit too tanky to deal with anyway. They're going to try and go again. Flyone does have Jewel available, they just need an X, and Sensu, he does get it. Blood's going to try and go for the dodge, but Remnant Away is going to be there just in time. That was a good attempt, but nowhere near.
Yeah, and you're going to be happy with that pick-off if you're keen. You are kind of punching away. That was a bit straight from it. He got his Shadow Amulet off. Didn't quite have vision. They don't have the upgraded necro books as well. So you could have just stood there instead of trying to go for the save.
X-Ban.
There you go.
They get it eventually. Now, keep on mid-tower. He's great for the Flyone.
He's not scared.
No, I don't blame him.
Yeah, just nice objective for RNG. Keen map is shrink a bit. They need to find some faster farm. Like Xiaofu does have the level 2 book. He's saving up for the level 3 one, but he's going straight book. No, not even boots up. Honor Beastmaster, that's really not a good sign.
I mean, it's normal for a Lycan to do that, not for a Beastmaster.
I mean, it's both of them. It's both of them actually. Even Erica is just
It's a desperation play, I think, because they realize they're being run down now, and they're kind of meant to be the ones running RNG down.
And you do have the Shadow Blade Monet flying out. So he has this initiation tool, he has ways of starting these fights, and they do smoke up immediately.
Yeah, by the way, I apologize about the lag you're seeing. It's, again, it is the server location.
Oh,
Mystic Flare. Well, you just can't spot.
no.
He found the light. Very good run, bro. Can't run without boots, John. Fantasy.
Oh, nice.
Flying light back into the Roshan pit. Gonna try and put the spear attack. Setsuki, no.
Oh, no.
You come back. Fantasy. Fly with him for a jewel.
There you
Get
go.
it. Just across the Roshan. Like, what's going on here? What are these crazy idiots doing?
He just wants to relax, Mike. Still, Monet is isolated by Shadow Blade.
King John. Not a good time when you look at blood on the Ember.
Radiant's
Assuming he
middle
may be
tower
free
is
farming
under
right now
attack.
and he's just hiding in the trees. So,
Oh,
it's an 8k net worth lead.
it's so big at 14. One of the bigger gaps we've seen, and Super just hanging out with his creeps, looking for someone to walk in to 2 centaurs. Not the best spot to try to walk around, YDS.
Where else do you walk though?
Oh, nice sentry drop. Should warn.
Yeah, sure, but now there's a faster shot flying at you.
Bottom tower is under
You'll be right, he does walk out of range. Meanwhile, Monet is just casually taking the tier 2 tower without Dragonfall. Force out the glyph as well, by the way.
Oh, that's actually massive because they're already shoving down mid. Like Setsu's keeping that wave constantly in, so they can easily transition to the mid tier 2.
There's that Dragonfall.
Radiant's
That's tier 2 gone.
is under attack.
Of course, they're not willing to fight. You can't blame them for that. They actually can't. Play, they'll lose YDX. And that's why they can't fight. Setsu is way too big.
Yep. He's not even that well farmed on Conqueror. Like, look at the he has. He has the gold, but he only really has the armlet to face.
I asked you how the game would last. Not last
15 minutes.
Yeah, they're gonna call the GG's thinking. I don't like the amazing kind of thing for casting, but what are you gonna do? You've got no farm. Your hero's power spike is hell.
Okay, could be it. Could be it.
Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
gonna
is falling.
try to get a. Well, he does have a smoke. He's there as well. RNG, they take a tier 3 tower. Glimpse back on Flyman, but he is so tanky right now. 1.5k HP without the armlet on. Now, Dragon Tail? Does not connect. They could be it's going to Wolf 4, but look who's waiting. It's going to be Flyman. Jewel me up. Getting face down. Torrent will connect, and Xiaofu is dead. Maybe they just want to wait till 20 minute mark to call GG.
Well, they're slowly going to lose the map. Like, it's an 11k lead now. BKB finally up for Setsu. Comes back in with it, and you really can't cook it in. Probably not your focus. You could aim for softer targets. You're always have back. You don't have any reach. Should be blood.
They have
just
vessel up now with blood, so you got a bit more. What do you call it? There's a bit more opportunity, I guess. Maybe. Oh no, they've got Tara on fantasy. They don't even care. Oh, I've been expended, but there's a duel now. Static Storm is pretty darn nice, but there's BKBs available. Setsu has BKB up. Now they continue trying to find him. He's going to be very careful about this. Monet does finally drop. They will lose blood in the process. And on the brighter side of it, they do defend that mid-practice. RNG, they lose DK, they've had enough.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup for Keen. All things considered, like, I do find it not quite enough to change the pace of this game, but they buy themselves some time. RNG has to be a bit careful not to call back.
What's it?
Let's see.
This
Dyer's
sense is just running away.
under attack.
I guess not.
Invisibility!
I suppose why it's just to survive, to be fair. It's like they thought they'd killed him. My Setsu is just massive. Then he's helping out the rest of his team. He's Xing them, letting them TP back. Just
With the
ask
bottle
to have
too.
a bottle of tea. Yeah,
Ah,
please
so
have a bottle.
efficient. So efficient. And you have to consider that not only do they have that, but they can't always just call people in with super.
Oh, they don't have protection. Come on now, he's had the Shadow Blade for a while. You've got to have detection if you're going to gank him in a fantasy. Nice flow whiz. Trying to find some tempo. Erika is also going to find him, and they're just going to come to the Gyro Setsu. He can find fantasy. Now the boat to fly in. Who's it got on? It's Erika. It's going to flash onto Monet, but now a duel in the backline. He has to be caught up, so he'll go down as well. It's currently a 2-for-1 trade. That's actually not so bad for King. You know, considering it was crew support that went down. It's not the worst situation, but they are still lose some tell.
Yeah, you've got the halberd up on Monet, so even if you went into fight with Erica, he's just gonna get S on him. He doesn't really stop that. Tier 2 just got to fall, and RNG slowly but surely keep that control on the map. And no response just yet.
By the way, John. 100% chance that RNG win.
There's no defense. Like, every single time, they need to land a perfect Will-O-Wisp into the static storm. But we haven't seen that just yet.
YDS just lost over half his HP from Torrent. Is that? Yeah, plus one per Torrent damage. He lost over half his HP. No, it must have been a tide bringing hit as well. It must
Must have been. I think it should have been. That's not quite well, actually.
The thing is, I'm lagging a bit right now. I can't really tell because the server's lagging, so I can't really tell what's going on in those instances.
Dyer's
But
middle tower is under
well, that'll be
attack.
another Rax going the way of RNG.
Yeah, and they are saved by the fact that RNG can't quite push the mid lane. They're still a tier 2. So they are forced to back off reluctantly, and perhaps they could go for a Roche. That's something they could go into. It's a bit risky, considering the Will-O-Wisp is going to be up in Static Storm. So that's a comeback potential for Keen if they fight, but RNG doesn't love the rest. They just keep going.
To get extra right now, he when he's safe, he got the X. There's going to be a wolf from America. A whole blood down, one, he doesn't quite get the jewel. It's on full down. Now September, he's falling low. It looks like he's going to end up, the Skyrock all alive. Will-O-Wisp to be dropped as well. The Skyrock is just out of this. September does finally go down, drops a Mystic Flare on her.
Yes.
They do also have a nade, so big pickup tip from the side of King. Lyman's still looking for a full attempt, and of course, Xiao Fu is an easy target. You can get him, but nice glimpse. YDS saving the day, and King Gaming, they're doing it. They're holding on. Check extent of Setsu. Is the BM is just sitting go down, but now Erika does clean up super. But it looks like Erika will lose her life, and this is the part where you overextend. Xiao Fu also dies. This part wasn't very worthwhile.
Oh, Setsu?
Happily looking for more. Fine.
I thought you might have, taken stays and YD's called it. Yeah. Called.
Radiant's middle tower is
There's
under
no
attack.
defense.
Dire
There's just no way. And RNG, dominant game, keeping up with the stats. Keen has not been able to take a series from RNG this year. And they've really got to change game too, because again, Keen.
I like the draft.
Keen Gaming's turn to pick.
The issue going Lycan in here is you don't have you're not a great solution to the PL. Like, you could argue Shaker is there. It's still not the most reliable. Like, you actually have to catch that PL unbeknownst, and there is enough of a reaction time that the PL can kind of play around at. Like, it's not an instant loss for the PL into the Shaker. So you still have to find a bit of a way to deal with him. The Jakiro's fine. I guess with Macropyre, that actually kind of solves that issue. But there are certain things with having Lycan there that you worry about. The Bane is one big worry, and Clockwork is one big worry. So control is there, and I think the King really just needs something faster. Even if they get that push going to the back, Lycan probably not what you're looking for. I would say if they wanted to push the pug much more potent. I love response to Naga.
Really?
That's a match we've seen. We've seen a couple of times Naga against PL. The Naga really shoots up if you're not careful with PL. Like, the moment you fall behind a bit and farm, Naga has a stronger kit because she has Song. So it's a lot more potent for her and easier for her to pull out and set up for your team. The PL needs investment. It needs time to build up. RNG will have to space this time around. They can't sacrifice Panay in this game. They can't sack his lane. They have to give that PL space and constantly keep track of that August Tyrant.
Okay. Alright, I like it. Do have one more pick for either side, and you know, I think this is going to be pretty important for Keen. I do think they do need to have some kind of mid that can just get online and start being aggressive early on. Start setting pace. The Naga does need space, right? You can't have a repeat of last game where the Naga, you know, the Lycan just can't farm and can't get to that point where he can just spike. RNG, they actually get rid of the Conquer Souls this time, which could indicate, I was about to say an Ember, but the Ember was banned out anyway. I wonder what else we see Ron ever give up going for.
10 seconds remaining.
They need a way to keep the Naga in check.
5
So
seconds
they're gonna have
remaining.
to look for a mid that gives them great potential there. Perhaps a Leshrac could be an option for them. Like, would play nicely against Naga nicely enough, especially while the items are still coming in. You will have to watch out for the fusel timing. Naga's is so much more potent natural that if you get caught up in Lesh, you definitely need a Yules to try to run away, and even then, that might not be enough. So, but you still clearing out. If not the Lesh, maybe Queen of Pain plays nicely with Claw. Jumps in from a long distance. Ties into the team fight potential nicely. Gives you a little bit more presence earlier on if you wanted that.
I was gonna say the Void doesn't seem like that option either, but that is now gone. Keen, final pick up, they're looking for their own kind of mid. Again, Keen will need something that just be aggressive early on. You wouldn't
10
mind seeing something like a TA, but the problem is you don't really want to a
5
TA
seconds
PO.
remaining.
It's just a bit too hard to deal with if other titular stuff.
Yeah, I would say, you know, it would have been nice maybe to get fighting Medusa, but you don't really have the line for that. Go with the Storm instead. You know, it's nice here. You don't have the firmest lockdown. I say that, but you have the Bane to contend with, so you will have positioning of that Bane here from Keen. The Nightmare and the Grip are going to be really against that Storm, but there
10 seconds remaining. 10 seconds
targets
remaining.
easy to hunt out with your zip. And, you're not going to be under too much threat with the Clockwork. As long as you have some many, you should be able to zip out. So you have that going for you for Keen. Just be wary of the Bane.
The sack.
Choose your hero.
So that's right, rolled it out before come out now for RNG. Does also give him some much needed push potential. Whilst the illusion clear from that left track is going to be very nice. Seems like it's going to be, again, a lot of pressure on Blood. Blood can't really play that kind of army game with the Storm. He's probably going to group up with his team, you know, get with Jiangfu. Every time that roar is available, try to trying to get some going, especially if it is me on the PL, or even set on the left track. Erica do Erica things. Otherwise, there could be a repeat of what we saw.
Yeah, they really need to buy space for that Naga. Now, the same could be said for RNG though, right? Monet needs that space for himself in this game. This lineup can come online fast. They really ride on the back of Setsu for RNG. So it's that kind of reliant on the mid laners for both sides. The one advantage RNG does have though is they're not waiting for the supports to farm up. In Keen's case, you are looking for YDS to get a blink. At some point, he will have to get farm priority.
We'll get into it. Game number 2. The potential best of 3. See if Keen Gaming can force this game through their way. They definitely love to pick up a series considering it has been so long that they've won the RNG. I agree. I agree, Super.
One of those days for the internet, you know?
Yeah. Internet sucks sometimes, John.
Well, it's not. See, the thing is, it's not even the internet, right? Like, your upload fine. It's just blind to China sometimes. It's a sneaky little way to China sometimes.
Internet sucks sometimes, John. Might be a bit of a beating up down bot lane by the Ace. Can make some pretty impactful plays with that Fisher early. To be a bit careful about positioning. They just go for the outpost for now. The same is being done up at the top lane. RNG do take their own outpost in the dire jungle. Look at the loop around out from Monet, brains that from Fantasy. He's already falling very, very low. Now there is going to be a rotation from Setsu. Keen Gaming, they thought they were in the drivers. Nice fish from YDS, but Super will still secure Monet. He has enough lands. He can't reach YDS right to get some first blood anyway.
Yeah, that gives them a lot more. It is going to give them just a bit of an edge. Of course, Super did pick that up. The gold is on your Bane, but you give a Bane something like fast boots, or just so much more region to play with. It's much harder to contest that lane.
We'll see what he's on as well. He's got 650 gold sitting there. Sometimes you just want to go for some extra, just extra region in general, get some salves, get some clarities on. But those brown boots, they are very, very sweet. It looks like he may have bought them as well. He spent all this gold. Brown boots and a sentry reward.
Yeah, just a nice little speed boost for Bane. You do see a lane as well from RNG's. Walk Flywind down, they march Monet up top, and they want to get the Nog Siren up against that Clockwork.
Okay. I don't mind this though, right? Because you do want some decent magic damage up against Erica on that Naga, who has a very high base armor anyway. And Flywood's actually opted to go for that level 1 rocket flare, so he can secure CS without taking too much harassment from these illusions.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more leeway. I think the big thing is that you give Monet a bit more of a manageable lane up against Xiaofu. Like, yeah, you're contending against the board spam, but the bot lane just looks much more painful. Fantasy's damage output, along with the time Erica hit around level 3, with Riptide up and running, you're not gonna have a good time with Phantom Lancer there.
3 heroes up top. High lane. Gonna be throwing out September, but YDS with the Fisher will save Dave. So he's gonna face him down and sap away at that brain of YDS. They won't stick with Priority, obviously. September will go down back bot. He will be there with the Clockwork. And speaking of that Clockwork, John, Flywind appears having a completely free time so far. He's just sitting there farming away. There is a bit of hesitation there from Erica to get close to that wave. Perhaps seeing there now, they're just a little bit more conscious that this could actually hurt them.
Yeah, it is fairly potent, especially once it has a point in cogs, you land the cogs, you get the vines out grass, damage will pump in.
For a nice little pull. Wow, it's going to be there to help out as Erica has rotated. They do get the courier. Erica maybe battery sold and the vines are quite painful. Erica going to be chased down now. Flyman doesn't have brown boots, but may not even need it. In fact, Erica turns around and just hits back a little bit, and that'll be enough for Flyman to just let that kill go. It does spawn out the cell from Naga Siren, and well, now they're going to try and harass up Patsy a little bit. Man, never hit so darn hard. In fact,
It is a tree and
Patsy's actually maybe dead. I think he is. No, he won't be.
no. Stamper plays it safe. You are stuck in an awkward spot as the Jackal. Like, you have some with a stick, but you're down to one tango, and that is something RNG can really burn through fast.
Setsu was in the mid lane, essentially trading evenly with Blood on Storm. Temba tried to come in to secure the power there in time, so Blood will happily take it on the Storm. See, they're not too concerned about how the Storm's going so far. They've really just left Blood to freely farm up with Setsu. So the Storm not really too much of an issue quite yet. It seems like they're just confident they'll be able to beat him under anything. Meanwhile, Flyman does find Fantasy in the bot lane of the Jakiro.
Yeah, they just are applying all the damage out again. You didn't have much regen left on that Jax, who is punished. He does get a reset, and will be coming in with fresh tangos. There is that. Actually, a bit surprising, Fly went opt for any level of cogs. So just that result and Rocket Player keep up the CS. You're not going to have the entrapment control for Naga, but they're doing just fine in terms of damage output anyway.
Well, it looks like my internet may be hitting itself, so that's a problem.
Oh?
Yeah. Oh. Never mind, I think the internet's back. I don't know what happened there, John. It's something. I told you the internet can be a real pain in the ass.
Oh yeah. You're talking to Southeast Asian about that. Oh, Blood stunned up.
Yeah, Pulse Nova gonna fly in. Blood, another nice fish from YDS. That'll save the day again. Just YDS always seems to be in the right spot at the right time with these fishes. Just never allowing them to finish off the hero they're jumping on the side of RNG. Could make all the difference later on.
This is a lot of time for Keen down mid. Like, Blood is certainly not a runaway start for the Storm, but he hasn't been shut down. They are going to be relying on him and on Xiao, which really set the pace while waiting for something like the Broken YDS. So it is important these heroes are kept alive. And Keen has been doing a good job about that. They have kind of shafted. Certainly not a good time for Erica, and that's surprising. You'd reckon Clockwork wouldn't be able to eat shit on illusions, but Erica just has managed to really shut down the clock. Although you are starting to see the farm come in there.
There it goes.
That's a hook shot on by Flywood. And this is almost likely to die, but White's him once again with the Fisher. Byron does finish off Akira, but doesn't want to lose his own life for him. And unfortunately for them, it is going to be the case. RNG do drop their clock with Akira.
Yeah, it's not the best of trades. They are pretty good with the punishment. And even if they have YDS walking around like this, it's not like they're really sacrificing that top lane. lane, like you look at the hits of Monet, it's most certainly not Ericus. That doesn't mean our PL times you'd see him queuing up Hood at first, just to have a little bit more durability, which is fair enough, but that does mean the damage output is not going to be as good as you'd want early on.
Men and clears this up at the top lane. Looks like he wants to go for a P top. Erica going to be in trouble. Hookshot once again from Plywood. Erica should have no way out of this, but he does have Song if he wants to commit it. He's thinking about a battery assault, cancelling the animation off. He just couldn't get in time. That's a very, very important pick-off to the part of RNG.
Yeah, they traded with Monet up top now, so it is core for a core, and both of them being the important pause one. This does hurt RNG a bit more, mainly because they are further behind on that PL, so there is more catch-up to play with, and Erica probably just gonna be okay, you know, you lose out on a little bit of gold, but you come back, you still got Song, there's no hook shot to worry about, and I have to play slightly cautiously here.
How's our storm farming, Blood? Okay, 3.5k net worth almost. Just get into the jungle now, just not feeling too safe for the storm. And top lane, Monet goes on the PL now and finds Fantasy.
Yeah, that's a really early rotation from Monet, but you can see his top lane's being pressured super hard.
It is. Trying to defend. He up gets a call onto Xiao Fu. Battery Sword has to hit a lot of creeps, but they have plenty of heroes around, and another great hookshot from Plywood. Just secure that kill on the Beastmaster, make sure he can't shoot them out. And overall, I think you're still sitting pretty happy if you are RNG. You've got that slight net worth lead of 1k. The game is definitely a lot slower than last game around, but that is sort of to be expected, because those last were very, you know, it was going to go one way or the other. It wasn't going to be very even. But meanwhile, top lane doesn't have overgrowth right now, so it's going to be an easy kill. Maybe it won't be. Split Earth comes in from Setsu. They are defending their support tree and White. Yes, does finally get the kill. Super trying to pitch this damage here to Blood, but he's surrounded. Xiao Fu comes in with the roar. They are going to be able to find Setsu, it seems. Is they get a bit too overly confident RNG, they punish for it.
Yeah, they lose out on a really big kill. They only find Shaker, not the most worthwhile trade. You are very happy with your Blood. You're around to soak a lot of kills, and this is going to help the pace for Storm. Biggest right now, RNG, they've got to temper themselves. Like, yeah, they are feeling pretty strong. They have their 6s up. They're good to go. They need to focus on objectives first. They don't really have a map control advantage, and that does mean Keen can respond to these aggressive plays quite well.
Down bot, Erica. It was just him and Monet. It's not the case, so they make a plan to fly on top lane. We'll die for the cause, but you're okay with this. You found the pause 1 Naga for the sake of that position 3 copper.
Yeah, 100%. Worthwhile trade for Keen. Find a bigger target. They will likely lose out in the tower. They're not quite set up to push out a lane themselves, so that is going to be a nice objective pickup for Keen, but RNG has kind of sacked that top lane anyway, so they're not going to be binding too much. There is really lovely ward from Keen, though. This is a ward we've seen a lot of teams struggle with in the triangle. They've got a nice staircase ward that doesn't block camp, and RNG should be careful. That does give Keen a really good way of taking control of that triangle.
Erica
Radiant's bottom tower
spot
is
out
under
Monet
attack.
back in the jungle, but not too much done to get the meanwhile. We're gonna have the Necro 3 at least on the Beastmaster. quite effective with that. As Super has found a nightmare over on the storm, but they have a overgrowth is going to be there. Now the hookshot coming in from Flywood, they just really just use all their abilities just to make sure they get the kill. And meanwhile, Setsu found that pesky Earthshaker that keeps hitting these amazing fissure blocks off. Does take him out.
Yeah, that's a massive set of kills for Keen. They shut down really the two heroes that need to farm fast. The Storm and the Shaker for the Blinks. You're delaying both of those now. You take the tier 1 mid, and you suddenly have just a little bit more control going away of RNG.
Got a 3 book up of gel.
And that's great, but he's at that situation on the Beastmaster one more where it's Necro Book, nothing else. It's not the fastest farm from our Beastmaster, and it most certainly does make a big difference in push. They need to dedicate themselves to that push a bit more, but they don't quite feel comfy. Beyond that top lane, like they need to find perhaps the mid. That's really the pertinent point. If they take out the mid tier 1, they can take control of this triangle area where there has been a little bit too much farm going to RNG.
Yep. I mean, Setsu's almost at that point where he's got BOTs up now. So maybe we have just waited way too long. They can still try and shoot down Manay's style with the take those towers, but he's getting close to a defusal now as well. He's got that Leopard blade up, the initial one. Give him time, a couple minutes, he might have the defusal up with it. That point where he may feel very, very confident to just start fighting with his team, as he does have a good alliance on.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that when you look at Erica in comparison, Erica opts for the fast Anko, which is, you know, more common. We have a couple of Nagas for the people first.
Your raw. Both being committed as well. All onto the clock. Nightmare going to be there to try and help out the overgrowth as well, but they are going to get popped for a kill. Now that it's important to Super trying to find, they are also going to be able to collect. Blood does the double kill on the Storm, and yeah, things aren't looking too bad for King. Like, they are behind a nil. But the kill is certainly coming online.
It really is, and this is the moment where they're taking advantage. Their Storm is pretty darn strong. Has Kai up, he's ready to go. A lot of potent control coming out. Hear that mid tier 1 that I was looking for them to do. This does give them much more control. You look at that top lane. Look at that sentry drop. It's not in range of Thobs. So they're playing unsafe. They can't abuse that.
Every time. Great ward. It's really awkward as well, because you want to get maximum value out of the sentry. Don't really want to place it to the left, because you might miss the right side.
Yeah.
So now RNG are going to continue this farm game. They are split pushing top lane. Setsu's there on the left track.
Top tower is under attack.
Timber is just bending the bottom lane very well with that Nature's Grasp.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He had his meteor hammer up and ready, I believe, right? So, do get a little bit fights, huh?
Well committed just on Super. Nightmare up, just to delay things a little bit, but eventually they do find the kill. There are rotations from Setsu. I don't think he'll go for this, he just wants the creeps. The Whitey X is there now, so they might try to make a play on this left track. No, they won't. They are just RNG sitting in their triangle. Just to accept the fact that they are sort of safe, although Monet now going to start rushing towards Fantasy. Going to be straight on top of the Storm with the Spirit as well as the Cogs. Can they burst him down in time? No. Blood will be able to zip out just fine. You just don't have first major lockdown for RNG. Now the overgrowth does come out, but you needed that when you were going up. Little gentlemen going down, and now Blood, he's falling over. The echo comes in from Whitey. Yes, he will save it day. It looks like they are going to turn it around on onto the side of RNG. Sonka, that puts the nightmare. Super saving aim, and as he now loses his own life. Brian will continue to run on the fire. There's the beach strip now coming out on Erica. And nice dishes blocking out half the team and canceling the beach strip. And now Cox will push him away. Monet will just topple out of it. He does have a defusal blade up coming on the way. In fact, he's already there. And with that defusal starting, he does secure the kill on the Naga.
Oh man, that value from the Meteor Hammer. He just channeled it right as blood lands in the middle and catches that stun. That's what gave him the Storm kill. And with the Storm dead, that's what allowed him to take that fight. Like that's really what set the pace for RNG. They didn't give Keen that way in, and even if they found September, who was worth a lot, 100 gold on the support screen is a lot, but you do see issues here. This build up from Erica is hurting. This style does not give them offensive presence, and that is something RPL is most certainly abusing.
Look off that top tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We love the chain.
Dire's top
Alt lane.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Top is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Secure their spot in the Dire Tunnel for now. And we'll do the exact same thing. I think probably just, yeah.
There's a big item coming out. The Blink is finished up by YDS. So he will have a lot more influence in these fights. He can land the bigger slam. This is something RNG has to be really careful.
What? Stunned up. Hook shot as well.
What was that use? That was like almost mid-zip.
I don't know. Tell me.
That's amazing though. They landed it really mid-zip. I'm not sure if he stopped. No one would stop right before the cliff. Just some impeccable timing from RNG.
Yeah, it's a big pickoff. He was very close to just completely finishing off that Bloodstone, and he's going to find himself a little bit behind. Hit about 1k the Vitality boost. That RNG more than happily going to start forcing them to see one again. They've extended their network.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not really too big of a deal, but it's been slowly going up. Definitely, you claim all those streams.
And the defense potential is there from Keen. RNG is not being as forceful. There are a couple of build-ups here from RNG that are curious. Monet is actually going for the SNY instead. Just going for much more offensive builds rather than the potential you get for the Mantle with the dodge and the safer stack build-up. Just wants to have a little bit more control and potency with his right clicks.
I don't miss too much. I think it's okay. The status is quite nice for fun for sure as well. Up against all the stunts that the King Gaming have. Zhao Fu,
that's fair.
Gonna start rushing forward in the smoke, trying to find a raw target. He has his own blink up now as well. Oh, this could be a big one, Setsu. It's the one they want.
Oh, Hawks down.
The name. Baiting him for his name. Very dangerous. I don't think they're aware that the Earthshaker has blink. Hookshot will not connect from flowing. Byron is still just happily going in with that hate, but now he sees the rest of the team. Up puts the cogs down. I thought this is going to be there. Why the S will block him with the Fisher as well. Just lock this kill in, but no. They don't feel confident.
Ooh, that was a lot of caution from Keen. That would have been a very nice pick off to set them up, but I think they were aware that RNG was hanging right behind. They just go a bit safer. Although, Flood trying to hunt September.
Yeah, won't quite get there. Seems like he's trying to find those supports that can actually hold Blood down. It's the main concern here for Keen as well. Blood's dead. Keen, he kind of falling apart. they will be able to this huge return. Or is see any sort of things coming out from RNG, they just start farming across the map. Sensor will immediately start pushing at the top. They might find you up point that. Goes for a raw. There is a something from blood. Really wants Setsu. They should be able to get him. A great pick up here.
Oh no.
Will lose his life in progress and now blood. He's going to be blood. Find the storm. Rocket flare won't land.
No.
Super is right next to him. So close you can spell him and blood will zip away. No mana left on the storm, but Super knows where they're going.
Is under attack.
Oh, the hook shot. Perfect from Flywood. Now, with the feed. Was that like you lost the beast and storm for the sake of that last round?
Is under attack.
Really not worthwhile. You lost a lot of charges on our storm speed drops below 14 once more, down to 12, and that's pretty much a fresh bloodstone. So not position you want to be, but you really want to snowball a bit harder. You know, the curious thing about Keen is that we
Radiant's
have not
bottom
seen
tower is under attack.
slam play from YDS. Keep them pace of the game, setting the momentum here. And YDS has been super cautious. I get trying to land the big slams, but if you want to claw your way back in, you need to get that spell use out.
Is it him or is it his team? Because it seems like he needs someone else to go in first. They got to find that set again. Now, Song will come out from America just to lock the train, make sure nobody else is behind. I thought to be there finally he was going to foul. Clear the screen. September, he blinks away. Get a huge overgrowth. He's looking full of lead. He does go for the lines and now he's shot flying on Fantasy. The rest of the team is here. And like Fantasy will probably die. I could try and chase for more. Lots. So that's plenty of mana. He should be okay.
He was standing right next to September for a bit longer than he wanted.
Oh, raw.
Could have been
Back out on the Bane. But now will score this time. YS gonna die to this.
no.
I mean, if we're expecting the storm to help out, it looks like the units do get actually. I guess the Bane kill. I mean the Bane.
Yeah, it's not great, Keen. They do bring the net worth advantage back down to 1k. That's really something that's playing in their favor. The biggest issue with that is it's on Erica. It's all Abyssal, of course. You have Asher. You go straight to the Abyssal, and that's when the start to be that massive menace. They just have to be super cautious because Erica has no defensive items, and they have to really on point. Because if they did on Windows, you took this novice.
What plenty here from RNG, I wonder as well. Like they haven't really been as aggressive as we're used to seeing them. They have been playing fairly passive in this game. Of course, they react to the Cyclone game. You never really see them like really making the plays initially. They're always kind of chasing down after the initiation.
Yeah, this is actually one of the times where should be a bit longer. They've had Blank December for a while, and that just allows them to really take the what they want. They could be waiting for maybe one more big item on that Asher to be up first, so they have additional control on top of that if they wanted to. I don't think it's completely necessary, but they have been rather cautious. Both sides, just a little bit. There's a smoke now from our
Smoke will come. Oh. Down third. Gonna be never no one yes, they want to get rid of this Earth Shake. He doesn't have a shadow amulet, it won't matter. Sets the will pulse over him down. Rest of the Keen game, they'll be fine to get out, but it looks like they may lose the T2. In fact, no, Zetsu really wants to go for this. He wants another pick off, but he just couldn't get in range for Yules.
Dire's middle tower
They didn't have a midway. I think it might have been gone off. Yeah, Erica, he is there just creep skipping. And they will not be able to actually claim that tier 2 tower.
It's a classic Naga gameplay. You see that bot tier 3 being shot in hard as well with seed. Someone's probably gonna have to protect or at least heal it up with the Trine.
If you can get the Trine though, you can just leave
Radiant's
it
bottom tower is under
late.
attack.
On. YDS gonna TP in. You eventually smoke.
Just under a ward though. Portion of it.
That's not good. RNG may try to beat this out, they do. Not too good. Just good roll. Aaron is a huge overgrowth to come out from September. Now the hook shot from Flywell. Good support's a big. Then both go down. Sure, blue super, but who cares? It's gonna make it a 3-1 trap. Super will buy it back. Erica just used the song and it's out there. Great.
Radiant's
On the side of RNG.
Yeah, that ward
tower is under attack.
only got food smoke up, but that was enough. They play around the area. They had so much patience from Fly. Fly went kind of aiming the hook twice, but he gets the biggest one. Cash the supports. YDS can't get off his stand. You know, it's a big thing that he need, and when they are forced to initiate like that, they just can't win.
It is very, very difficult in the game. There's just so much for the DPS to be worried about. Like, you've got this Trine Protector, could be in the trees hiding, just watching over you. You've got a player from the clockwork, just constantly scouting out, seeing where you are. It's just hard. He's trying to finish off the Shadow Blade, but he's still about 1.4k off, 1 point off it.
It's slow going. One thing for Keen though is that Erica does have the Abyssal, so this Naga Siren can just kind of man fight someone and run down. You are seeing the butterfly come back. Much more than see her, but Erica has not been able to really face up when it comes to the. You've seen a lot more safety there.
You don't have an Abyssal coming out now on the PL. I mean, not coming out, he is still buying it. He's getting there. Assuming I'll try to finish up a ship. They're really going to be quite farmed up in about 5 minutes or so. I mean, we're talking 6 slots for these falls. Hasn't really been having the greatest start. Top plane, gonna try and make a play, but Fly will just hook shots back. Set 2 team easy with the teams. September is forward, trying to pop more, and they found Shelter. Fools will be there. How dare you say
Oh no.
like every single time they
It's two really big builds for RNG, like Erica. It's just not able to get much done. Like, you've got the Abyssal, you've got the Diffusal, you've got the Manta, you've got all these offensive tools, but it's just not enough. I mean, Monet almost has the same build-up, and he had a lot more presence in these fights.
out of this he's just Blood probably focus on being more smart.
Yeah, you have Monet. He's using 2 lots the Abyssal stuff.
Definitely should. G. The amount of time set to pop the double locating. Of course, there is going to be a glyph. Monet has found the bottom tier 2 as well. Gonna find a lot of objectives. In fact, gonna find all out of towers if Set wants to go back to that mid. He doesn't fly one door by himself.
You can upward pushing. He does have, well, he has the afterburn to scale. I guess that's nice.
And Monet says screw the tier 3. Are they really not going to defend it?
Wow, like Erica's not even showing up.
I mean, they do have the Aegis. Erica's trying to apply pressure up at the top lane,
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
but RNG is essentially just going to find a rack free. They don't get the range racks, but it's like, whatever. I got the melee barracks. That's all I care about.
Dire's
They
bottom
can pull back, perhaps look to secure that tier 2, and then keep on going. Like, they still got a little bit more time at Aegis, probably not too long now, so they're gonna have to be weary about expiry. Erica's still hanging around though. This is not a very safe spot to be in.
No, it is not. Got this tree that can walk within trees, but he does not walk that far north.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think they have to be a bit careful as they put gem down and fly when they do jump straight into on the Jakiro now. Seagulls from 7-2, and that's going to be an easy kill. You know what, Joel? We still haven't seen that Blink Echo at all.
No, we haven't.
Opportunity at all to throw it out.
Yeah, this is really not what you expect. It's supposed to be a map of sight, but this is forced to play conservatively. Now, the high ground defense is one of the places where teams should be shining. They gave one lane off, but Erica's around, but they do have the song set up. They can maybe make something happen. Aegis expired as well.
Yep, something an A. I'm just gonna back. He may feel like he needs to, because the game's too long. Yeah, he's not gonna bother. He's tier 3. Or maybe he will bother. He's thinking about it. I think they do want vision on the Earthstick before they do make a play, and yeah, they're not gonna actually waste their time. Had there been an Aegis, I think they would have gone for it, but no more Aegis, no more fun.
Yeah, being just forced to pull back. This does give in a little bit more time, but I suppose RNG can kind of get out the next road. Well, still could still be find out, but that's some time to farm up. Like, you've got Setsu working into his Hex, so that's gonna be massive once it's up. Maybe just wait out for that. It gives you so much solid control onto Blood. Oh, speaking of, why when hooks?
Oh, Blood, no, you can't die like this. He will get away. The Overgrowth came out train, although it's gonna even big No. Gonna walk in, gets the huge Overgrowth. He finds Super, he does lose his life. Bandit's losing his own life in the backlines. Meanwhile, Super just controlling everyone. That was not the echo we were really looking for, but they get the left and kill. And ultimately keep him. Which is that the next thing. Finds Erica. And just man fights and now Flower. It's gonna be a 2v. It was a 2v4 situation.
Oh, it's down to the fact that they burst. Yeah, got like Setsu, right? That's big. It's a lash. But Monet was not caught in the echo. He has to throw it out on the only available hero. Monet now gets to do what he wants. He can just push mid-ranks.
He wanted to
He's helping. And the Dragon Scale DOT is pretty nice.
still his job.
Dire's middle
Backdoor
barracks are
protection
under
gonna kick in,
attack.
Blood going for those siege creeps and not gonna allow RNG to finish off that melee barracks. One of the real specialties of Storm Naga John, just being able to delay the game forever. and
Yeah, it is forever.
Pick. It just, I always say, John, it gets to a point where it's 6 slotted, it's Naga's arm, and then does nothing.
Yeah, it's been a lot more of a passive game for Erica, in contrast to the last time we saw Naga. That was a much more active Naga. It's down to that initial build. I think you go for Manta early, you just can't fight, and when you can't fight early, there's a huge spike the Naga gets with a defusal first. Right? Because again, you have that ensnare, and that's not something the PL can really. PL doesn't have control as comparison of Illusion here. So Naga with a fast defusal Yasha, as we tend to see sometimes, can just roll around the map, find those early kills, but they haven't been able to do that. They've given so much space towards Monet to just find his free farm, and it's paid off. Like, kind of had that verge towards the head of Defiance first, but they haven't been able to keep a number on his PL. He's very close to finishing up his butterfly, just about 1,000 gold off. And that will mean a lot of trouble for Keen, especially for Erica. Not building into that MKB, he might have a chance to switch out if he finishes that butterfly first and they see it, so you can still swap out, but even with a butterfly on your Naga, and the PL, it's not fine because you've got Setsu anywhere to do that DOT, the area damage need with spells. You do see Erica queuing up the Satanic afterwards. It is nice because there's nothing really stopping huge lifesteal here, but it just feels like that's gonna be slow going farm.
Is it after? TP oh, knows. Perfect prediction. Does BKB no matter. Well, yes, he's come in. He will save the day.
Oh man.
What prize is this?
That was way too close for comfort. Flywind's initial flare didn't even spot blood. He just gave blood with the area. Really good estimate. Really good gamble. Very situation for King. Gonna be counting the lucky stars there. That blood does manage to get out. This does give RNG some time. It is still going to be a minute 20 of the next rush. So you're not gonna have that objective just yet, but take a look at Setsu. 400, 500 gold away from that side of Vice. And that is going to be a massive issue. Well, no, actually, he's going for the Octarine Core Force. So you're going to have all the sustain now on the Lesh. You don't really have anything to stop lifesteal like that. And what was a fairly straightforward kill in Setsu is going to be a bit more prolonged now.
You also do have two butterflies coming out. Erica does pick one up on Naga, but you've also got one on the PL now. Like, which one would you rather?
Well, it's funny, like, you look at the two heroes, they queue up the same item next.
Yep. Illusion heroes, John. Just making each other.
There's an Octarine for Setsu. So, he's gonna have some more spells to spam out, a little bit lower in that Diabolic Edict in terms of cooldown, and the lifesteal. The spell lifesteal is going to be really, really good.
Dire's top tower
Roshan up
under
in
attack.
about 5 seconds. So, gonna run through mid. Yeah. This could be really good for the keep keeping his sense. Don't pop a fish eyes, but nobody connect. BKB was there. They can't anyone. It's super. Now he is surrounded by himself. He's going to try and survive this with Tom. The rest of Key Gaming are back. Dire's coming down from Fantasy, but they're so tanky on the side of RNG. They just can't kill sets. Raw is going to be up on the PL, but that's just trying to get out. Erica's out of mana and HP. He's going to die. In gaming or blood keeping away, he also dies. They found Fantasy. That was the perfect fight you could have asked for. Give the lineup for the ice path. You had everything.
Yeah, it's still up. YBS didn't get it off, and Pure Force being taken by RNG. GG.
Oh well. Same deal for 2021. It's alright. Get him.
That continues the losing streak against RNG, but RNG do manage to take it. They looked really good in game 1. Game 2 was a bit slower. They still managed to take it out.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mine!
Selfish.
Money changes hands.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.